Hello everyone. Let's get into the screen. Hello and welcome back to another live stream in Everyday Normal Geek. Long pause, I would say, like probably more than a year than the last time that we had a stream in this channel. And glad to be back. A lot of things happened in between, but now I'm here with you again, like in the classic way, another Sunday, another stream. And we're like as you probably see, we're here in New Zealand and Wellington. Actually, we have this bird in front of us, like this A321 Neo and X-Plane 12. A lot of things changed, I would say, in this past year. X-Plane 12 came back. It's released now. It didn't came back, of course. It's released and it's out. Yeah, so we have like Toliis mode in the 1.41 version. We will be flying. We'll be doing some like I would say quite challenging sectors in New Zealand, and we'll be flying to Queenstown, which is a quite challenging airport. And if I turn around right here, you will be able to see now that yeah, the sun is rising slowly over Wellington, and we're ready to, we'll start preparing, and we're ready to get our flight. I hope that everyone is all right. Again, I wish you like a nice weekend from where you're watching, and I think we shouldn't miss any more time, and we should just jump straight back into the cockpit and start preparing this flight. Busy time in Wellington, as you see, like trucks all around. Like we're online in VATSIM as well, so we have this like we'll have online traffic. I'm not sure that there is any online controller right now, and I think there is no. So let's jump into the cockpit here. So we see it's like we're like pretty much cold and dark, and we will start slowly like preparing the plane. And we have, because today we have two sectors. We're going to fly to Queenstown from Wellington, which is about an hour flight, so it's like a short hop, and then we're just gonna leave passengers there, take on more people, and then go back to Auckland, the capital, probably the biggest international airport in New Zealand as well, to complete, let's say, our daily shift. So let's start here. Yeah, it's cold and dark, as you see. So we start with the batteries here. We see it's 26.8, 26.4, so we're above like 24.5, 25, so we're good. So let's start. Battery 1 is on, and battery 2 comes online too, and we have external power available for the AC power, so let's bring this online as well. And here we go. We start like the normal beeps in the Airbus here, and let's of course start like our 8 gears. So starting with 1 and 2 and 3. Let's start Captain Purser here, ground control, and the CVR test with the sound. Characteristic sound here. Crew supply will go to on. Just testing our notifications here to the cabin. We will start our like nav and logo lights on. We'll put our strobes to auto to have them prepared. Just bringing some lights here, and I think this no smoking sign can go on now. Emergency lights goes to arm here. This is on. The fuel pumps are off, and their pucks, we have no, I would say, reduct pressure in the pumps. We can also here, we have like, since it's the Neo mode, we will open the dual cooling mode on from now, not to forget it before the startup. And during the startup, we'll talk a bit more about it and what is dual cooling and why it's needed and why we shouldn't forget, like before the startup. It's not necessary to have it there, but it saves up some time. So let's go now to the lower pedestal here. Integrated lights here is okay. I would say let's try to reduce a bit the floodlights here. Let's prepare the systems here. We'll do the GCS and the multiscan to auto from now, but we'll keep like the PWS and the weather radar off for now. This makes sure that rudder trim is to 0. The door for now is open. Parking brake is set. Everything here is open and nice. Let's open the screen luminosity. It's very nice. This is the 141 version of the Toliis bird, of the A321 and the Neo mode, of course. This is like for X-Plane, and it has done like a lot of, I would say, changes compared to the previous, like the 1.3 version. And one of these changes was that now you can start cold and dark, and you have the aerostats to like a normal position, and they're not, because before they were just completely closed, and then you just had to open them like this, you know, all of them. Plus I think he increased the scroll speed of the rheostat, so it's really easy to open them right now. But yeah, in general, very nice progress with this, like but we'll talk about it as we're going through. Constraints here open, and like let's put the terrain here also. It will go on when the ideas are aligned. Constraints here as well, and I think we're ready to now go and check our payload and our flight plan slowly. I have it here. You will see me looking a bit to the left because I have kind of like, I would say, my own personal electronic flight bag, just like a laptop where I have all the information here, and I'm using the VAS airplane toolbox to get information about everything, and of course SimBrief to have my flight plan. So for flight plan now here we have planned blocked of fuel of 9 tons and 55 kilos, so we'll take, let's say, 9 tons and 100. So let's go here, 9 tons and 100. So here Toliis has integrated now this combs here, where instead of opening the this screen, the Toliis interactive simulation controls in the ISCS to do these things here, you can just open here. It's a bit more immersive, a bit more realistic, as if you would talk to ground controls or to the cabin. And let's go here for refueling. So we'll ask like 9.1 according to our plan, which is the block fuel from Wellington, yes, to Queenstown, and we'll request that fuel. And if we go outside here, we'll see that here is the truck, and it's coming to refuel us now. This is also an animation by Toliis. This is also added there, so it's very nice. So 9.1 set, and our cargo for today is. Let's check. Let's go down here in the cargo. It's 1.7 tons, so we'll put like 700 kilos in the front and 1 ton in the aft. We'll open here the doors, we'll start loading, and the ice will not need for now. We'll also open our front door here as well, and we'll go here, and we are going to carry 166 passengers to Queenstown from Wellington, so 166 loaded passengers as well here. Unfortunately, in Explain 12, what is the notification here? Oh, it's about the dual cooling, but we will keep it now. Let's see here. We see the cargo doors open and the cabin door here open as well. Cancel this master caution. Let's go here. Let's check here too, and see like boom, not the blitz. We need the pressure here. The landing elevation is auto, just to check here. The hydraulics look within the limits and full and normal. We are being refueled now as well in our wings. We're gonna check it later on. And the cockpit oxygen is 1850 psi, so I think we're good. In flight controls are all there, of course, and we have no extra residual temperature in the brakes. Of course, it's our first flight of the day. We're gonna clear the system message here, the ICAM message here, and we're gonna also here go and check now the brake pressure. So we're gonna release the parking brakes. We're on chocks. We're gonna put full brake pressure, and we'll see that they're staying on the ground and go down, and they're going to 0, and then put the pressures here again, and we're gonna just open the yellow electric pump to reinstate the pressure in the accumulator. We wait till the accumulator goes to green, and it's in green, and then we're just gonna close the yellow electric pump. And we're good with this initial test. We have everything on board, and I think we can just now focus on our flight plan here and our data, so we can go on the FMC. By the way, I want to check we are on 122.800 frequency in VATSIM, just to have an idea. There is a way, like if you want to track my flight, of course there is a command for tracking my flight, so you can just write track flight or flight like exclamation mark flight on the chat, and you'll take some info. But technically, if you go to Volanta and search the name Everyday Normal Geek there, like you can see, of course, my flights, because I'm putting them live in Volanta as well. And also you can do this by going to the VATSIM map as well and just searching by the call sign that you see probably somewhere on top of the screen. And because I have all the flight data there today, like our call sign is like Air New Zealand 603. So yeah. So let's go here, like we're starting here on the init page, and Toliis has done very nice integration with SimBrief. So simply I can just like init request, then it just does a flight plan data link, and then a flight plan. Oh, there is an invalid flight uplink. So let's check here the integration SimBrief. I think we're good on the SimBrief. Let's try one more time here. If it doesn't, invalid flight plan uplink. Okay, so it doesn't get it, but usually it will work from here. It will save us a lot of time. Usually it saves a lot of time, but it seems that it doesn't want to work today. But that's good actually, because like we can just open like we're just gonna put everything manually, and since I have my flight plan here, we're just gonna put the routing manually and all the data. But usually in the 141, they explain the new, not explain 12, this is versions also for explain 11, but in the 1.4 version, now with this init request, usually it works perfectly. It's also in explain 12 specifically, now with the default weather, the wind requests are working. So let's press here. And no, we need the flight plan first, of course, yes, and after. So like there is no company route, I didn't download this now, so we're going from like November Zulu Whiskey November, that's Wellington, to November Zulu Quebec November, which is Queenstown. I'll put it here, and our alternate for today, the first alternate is November Zulu Charlie Hotel. I'm not sure which airport is this, but we're gonna elect this. We have 3 alternates, but we're gonna put this now. November Zulu Charlie Hotel as alternate, and our flight number is New Zealand 603. Of course, we're gonna do an IRS in it and on ref. And our cost index today will be 25, cruising at 36,000 feet. And the top of climb temperature, if I go to routing, top of climb temperature would be minus 56, and the temperature, sorry, the temperature minus 56, and the troposphere would be at 392. So here will be minus 56. And the troposphere is at 392, 39,200 feet. That means, and we're just gonna put here GPS primary. That means that the IRSs, both of them are aligned, and we're good. And if we go to winds, I think we can request the winds now. Yes, here they come, and they're pretty accurate as well. And we go next phase here. We can just do this also. No, it doesn't. Next phase here. And no, it doesn't. Okay, I'm not sure why it's not working. All the winds, at least this request, let me check. 31013 at 64. Yeah, looks a bit weird as well. I'm not sure exactly what happened. And also, by the way, we're in Explain 12 Beta 6. I'm not sure if the beta broke a bit this request here for Toliis, because I'm not sure that they have release any update for like the after the beta 6 was released, so it might be possible that it's working like this. But let's go here and let's put the winds manually as well. Yes, we'll have a lot of manual things to do, but today this was taking way less time when it's automated. But yeah, so we're gonna go now to where at 360, and our like let's say first waypoint at 360 will be 20834. So from 20834. So I'll put this here, and next phase, let's go the descent winds, which will be 292.30 at 310, 292.30 knots on 310, 358.29 at 200. By the way, there is no WebFMC integration yet in Explain 12, and I missed WebFMC like really. 320 at 39 at 100 is the last one. 320 39 100. There we go. We have our winds, of course not allowed, and let's return here. So the init A page is completed, and let's go to our flight plan. So we see here Wellington to Queenstown, and let's go to our routing. Let's check our routing here. So yes, we don't have a meter right now. I think it's a good idea to take a meter as well for Wellington, which is 0930 Zulu, so 930 Zulu. Of course, by the way, I've not synchronized in the real time because right now in New Zealand would be like probably the dead of the night, like close to 11, 12 in the night, and of course I wouldn't want to do a only night flight, so I just set it like the time like about 5-6 hours in front, and we're now like, let's say, rising in the morning and ready for the flight. So yeah, so what is the winds? But the weather is live, of course, so the weather is representing what is right now. So the winds are 35017, and yes, Adonis is in the chat, by the way, and yes, man, like, I'm back. Thank you for being here, and yeah, hope you enjoy the stream. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. So yeah. So where we have been, yes, we need now to figure out. So it's like the winds are 35017 knots, and if you check Wellington, let me bring this here. So if we check Wellington's now charts, we're somewhere, yes, we're somewhere here. So we have 34 and 16. I think we probably will leave from 34. And to make this possible, let's first check the routing that we were assigned. So yeah, we have been assigned from Simbrief to leave from 34 by Pollax 5 Romeo departure. So we'll just put everything that it has here. So we go 34 and we just have to find the Pollax 5 Romeo departure. And I see we have to go through Sabda. Sabda, here is the transition. So Sabda transition, so 34 Polar 5 Romeo and Pollax 5 Romeo and Sabda transition. Insert, so it goes to Laxiv, Pollax, Larox, Jonah, Sabda, and after Sabda we go via Yankee 622 to Messix. So after Sabda we go Airways and we go Yankee 622 to Messix Hotel 159 to Charlie Hotel, so Hotel 159. I think it will find the waypoint it automatically. So yeah, via Messix Hotel 159, Yankee 266. Yeah, via Charlie Hotel, Yankee 266, and then to Elruv. And from Elruv, we will have to make here it is. Insert. Boom, 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 all these waypoints, and from here to Elruv we have to do the Elruv, sorry, we're planned for 05, so we have, by the way, Queenstown is very interesting airport, doesn't have any ILS approaches, it has all like only RNAV approaches, and there is the RNAV 05, Foxtrot, and the Golf, and the Hotel, Yankee Zulu. Let me check very quickly the charts. And I want to see a bit the arrivals and the approaches here. Okay, I think the main one is an RNP, is an RNAV Zulu. We have the RNP required navigational performance, of course, for 05 RNAV 05 Zulu, and we will do the Elruv 2 Alpha, of course. And if I check here correctly, yes, we have to take the Babu transition. That's the only available, I think. The via in Bamboo and no transition. It's a transition technically. So yeah, we have to take the Babu transition, and no flight plan discontinuities here. I think we'll check the flight plan really soon. And yeah, and the flight plan with the like missed approach procedure, and then again the airport. And of course here is the alternate, which will not fill right now, we'll just have it there, of course. So we have the need, we have the flight plan, and let's go now really quick and check it here. So let's go plan mode, zoom in, and let's come here and check it together. So let's go in the beginning, and I also want to bring in the procedures here. It's a very short flight, so it's about 400 miles as it says here in the FMC. And by the way, let's check this as well. So we will plan like everything before we leave. Yeah, our like assign our plan miles is 400, so I think we're pretty close, and we are good to accept this. So we're pretty close. So like we will do everything before we take off, so we'll have everything prepared, so we don't spend a lot of time in the air, like setting up procedures and everything. We'll check everything here. So if I bring here in front again my charts, so here are my charts, and let's bring them here as well. And let's go now. Here's the airport, and if we go to seats, we have to do the Polax 5 Romeo. So Polax 5 Romeo is here. Let's put it here. And so what it says here, RNP 020 Polax and an RNAV1. The transition is 13,000. The airport elevation is 41. This is for 34, of course. The seat requires a minimum net climb gradient of 6.8, which translates for 200 knots, 1,400 feet, I would say, 1,700 feet for 250 knots. Initial climb would be track 340 via Laxiv. So tracking 340 via Laxiv, as we see here. And where is my charts? I lost my charts now. Come on, here. Yeah, let's not like mess it up, but we'll see. So via Laxiv at or above 1,100, cross Polax at or above 3,000. So let's go and check it here very quickly. So again, Laxiv, and the transition, we're taking the Sabda transition, which has extra on it. So let's check it again. Laxiv 1,100. So we have this. The next one is Polax above 3,000. We have this, and from Polax we take the Sabda transition, which means turn left direct to Larox. So left direct Larox. So we'll do all this turn going back to Larox. Max 250 knots in the turn here. By the way, we see it here as well, max 250 knots. Then we're going to Jonah, and from Jonah to Sabda. Then Yankee 622 to Charlie Hotel 159, Hotel 159 to Guput. And Yankee 266 to Eldruv. And from there, the Eldruv to Alpha. And for Eldruv to Alpha, I'm not gonna bring the charts again, but I'm just gonna find in here as well. The charts are somewhere here. That's Wellington, and we need the charts for Queenstown. So Eldruv to Alpha, let's pin this as well here. I'm pinning it now. So from here it says, let's bring it here. Actually, I think it will be more useful. So Eldruv RNP, Eldruv to Alpha for 05, transition 150, 130 was from Wellington. And yep, and the routing here, of course. I don't think we have any other important marks here, so let's just check. So here we'll be at Eldruv. We have to do Ekvox, Kaslu, Mk.IV, Gospa, Ibabu, and Avger with all this like altitude limitations, because of course there is like altitude restrictions, because there is like high ground around. And you see, it will be very interesting because like the airport is situated here literally in a valley in between mountains, and we'll have to navigate around it to just go and land, you know, find the correct path. So we need to pay very much attention on the route here. So from Eldruv we go to Ekvox. From Ekvox we go to Kaslu between 170 and 160. Then we go to Magba above 13,000, to Gospa above 12,000, to Avger and to Ibabu between 12,000 and 10,000. And from there we're gonna do the RNAV, the RMP Zulu for 05. Again, it's it has some information here with final approach courses, but mainly we need the routing here as I'm looking on it. So it's pretty complex. I'll just bring it here to you to see it. It's pretty complex. So you see, we go above the mountains, but then we just make a turn, watching our clearance with the terrain, obviously, and we're just going above the river into the valley and just trying to land. And we have like a final turn here, last minute turn, It's 2 turns actually, it's like an S turn, so we go left and then right to align with 0.5. And the missed approach is also really complex because we have to just, if we go miss, like we just have to climb, make all this turn and then just follow the valley, and there is a specific waypoint that we have to go there, and it's at 9,800 feet. Notice this because like the airport elevation is, if we go here to airport elevation for Queenstown, it is 1,171 as it says here, so we need to climb almost 9,000 feet like to make this like go around, which is pretty interesting as well. So yeah, so pretty much that's it. So let's bring the charts here again, and I'll just check it, double check it as well here. So we go to Ibabu, yes, and then Quebec, November 577 above 10,000. Quebec, November 573 above 9,200. Quebec, November 571 above 8,200. Quebec, November 569 above 7,100. Quebec, November 565, yes, marked by all these restrictions. And we go bam 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 to Omubo, and from Omubo we're just going for the RNAV of 0.5, the final approach, which of course is coded very nicely and very detailed in the FMC here. And if we go amiss, we have the procedure which would be climb to 10,000 via the RNAV missed approach track to November Victor hold Sungu at 10,000. And this is the track as it's indicated, and we have to climb and hold at Sungu at 10,000. We just have to go technically out of the mountains. I think everything is here. Everything is very well programmed, I think, and we're pretty happy with it. So I'm just gonna close this as well. Took us a bit of time actually. So yeah, we have lost a bit of time, I would say. And let's check if we're fully refueled by now. And I would say yes, we are. We have 9,100. We're just balanced. So we're just gonna go up here and just simply turn our like seatbelts on. And yeah, by the way, I think the day is coming outside, so we will be like, the sun is rising. That's beautiful as well. No, not a lot of traffic. I would say probably I'm alone here right now. It's a bit late for actual New Zealand time, I think, for people to fly here. So yeah, and I think we're pretty good here. And that aspect with our flight plan, we have 421, and then we go here to radial navigation, and we check for our like departure. It's a full RNAV departure, so I don't even see any suggested VOR or any other navigational, let's say, aids that we need to tune in here. And for the RNAV, we will not have an ILS. We will have some things to tune, but this we can tune on our way down to Queenstown. Let's hope I will not botch this landing though, and remember this, okay? So here we're just gonna put from now November Zulu Quebec November, just to keep 0.5, just to keep an idea of how far is Queenstown. So straight line is 345 miles, not so far. And let's go to secondary, copy the active here. And if we have to come back, normally I would put just like a landing procedure for the airport department. Let's say, let's leave it for now, and let's go to performance here. And now I'm gonna go to my performance toolbox, and I'm just gonna put like here, I'm just gonna take the meter, and we have planned here for 76,665 total weight. And if we check here our loading performance, we have 67.8, 67.9 plus 9, so 76.9 I would say. So I'm just gonna write here 76.9 in the tool, and take the latest meter. By the way, the bar right now is at 1034, so we're just gonna have to do this now as well before forgetting. So 1034, pretty high pressure. There we go. And we'll go runway 34 from Wellington, and from 34 we're just gonna go from 8, and it's a very small runway. It's 1,815 meters, so we're just gonna take full runway. And let's make the calculation here. And it says config 1 plus F flex 62 Okay, and the V speed is 154, 155, 160. So 154. Yep, 155, 160. 160. Transition is 13,000, which is correct. We'll do an NADP 1 departure. 1,100 is our acceleration, engine out acceleration altitude, and our thrust reduction altitude will be 1,500, and 3,000 will be 3,020. Let's say will be our acceleration altitude. So we'll do NADP 1 departure. That means we'll accelerate. We'll just climb with flaps 1 till 3,000 feet, and then we'll just speed a bit and retract them. 34. Of course, we haven't done the init B page here. By the way, that's why we don't see the speeds here. So, again, our zero fuel weight for today is 67.9. This is something I forget, and our CG is 28.6. 28.6, and the block of fuel is 9.1. So now we'll get all the calculations. 76.8. Yes, I did it with 9, so it's okay, I think, to be a bit more to be a bit more conservative with the calculations. I was saying landing weight 74 tons here. What we have according to our flight plan, we have 73,431. So yeah, we have a bit less. So I will just put 74 tons, and I will trust a bit this calculation because it's a bit more conservative, this prediction here compared to our flight plan. And again, let's go to performance here. So now we see the speeds as well. And so it's flaps 1F. And if we do flaps 1F here, is down 0.2, the THS 0.3, sorry. So THS here will be down 0.3. Down 0.3, and flexing to 62. Flex temp 62, and if we go to the next phase, we have speed restriction in our initial departure and the initial turn after poleaxe to 250 knots until the turn is complete. So we'll just pre-select 250 here, even though it is already in the manage mode here as well. So I think we have everything here for next phases. We're just gonna do it on the way. 82 here seems correct here as well. Let's put the flight plan here, and let's put our performance here. And I think it's time for some checklists, and probably time to start going to get ready for push. So let's start all our fuel pumps and press start the APU. And while the flap is opening here, we're just gonna check the checklist. So the before start checklist says cockpit preparation is complete. Gear pins and covers are removed, and the signs are on auto. All the signs are on auto actually. The adheres are naving, fuel quantity is 9.1 and balance, and we checked this before as well. Fuel is right here, yes. Flap is open, and let's go. Somebody tried to talk, I think, in the frequency. Flap is open. Let's go here, and let me check that the X-Pilot is okay. Yep, I think it is. And let's close here this one. Yeah, okay, so we're back. So yes, we were in fuel 29.1 takeoff data. They're set, of course, and they're here. We have them here, and the baro reference is set 1034 as we took it from the matter, and that's the before start checklist to the line. And now we can go here. We can remove the chocks. We can close the door and arm close and cross checked. Here we're good, and we can go here, the doors closing, and we can close these doors to the cargo doors. That's good as well. Let's increase the sound, the volume here, and I think all of us is everything is good here. We're just gonna lock the doors and open as well our transponder. Dual cooling is on, external power is on. We're just gonna leave it a bit to run as well since it's available, and after we're just gonna remove it. And so we're gonna do the before start checklist below the line, and doors are closed, And the windows are closed. Beacon. Yep, we're gonna up here and we'll just bring the beacon to on. Mobile phones are off. Thrust levers, let's check them. They are at idle, both of them, and the parking brake is set. And before start check is complete, let's call the better pushback here. And let's start our pushback.
Cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
Yep. Now here is a bit tight, as you see. It's really tight. So if we go somewhere here, we're just running the, let's say, risk of getting out of the airport. I would say that there is some space. Let's check it one more time from here. No, there is no space here. I think they will have to push us all the way back here. So we'll have to do a long pushback. Oh, and I think I see someone right here as well. Either we'll do this, or what we'll do a short pushback. So what we'll do is this.
Ground the cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
Yeah, I mean, we could go somewhere here probably. Just a bit away from the gate, and then we'll just like turn right and go away.
Ground the cockpit, tow's driving up.
Alright, tow is driving up. And now we have the APU running. Let's take off the external power, and APU bleeds on, so external power on the line. And everything here I think looks good. Let's go to the ground crew and say disconnect the external power please for us, thank you. And we have the before start checklist and we're good to go. Someone who was heard in the frequency, but I don't know if they're about to come or not. And of course we didn't put the initial climb. Initial climb, they want us above 3,000 at least.
Okay, all doors and hatches are
no
closed.
other restrictions. I would say the initial climb, let's set it now to 3,000. And from there we'll proceed accordingly. And now that we are here, let's talk a bit about the dual cooling. So now we have dual cooling on. What does it mean? That I think the Pratt & Whitney's here, we have this Pratt & Whitney's for the Neo option. They're requiring some cooling time before they start. And what happens with the dual cooling is that if normally you do this, the startup with like
So connected, bypass pins inserted, release parking brake.
okay, the guy is ready to release the parking brake. Okay, mate, thank you so much for it. Let's put them up here as well. Thank you for the information. So let's check right side here. I see it's clear. There is a Qantas coming here, so let's just open the frequency now. Wellington traffic, Air New Zealand 603, stand 29er, pushback straight back, Wellington. So I see, yeah, I called him for the, pushback. I see that he stopped there. I hope he will not come to our stand. Anyway, let's just start pushing. So yeah, we release the parking brake. Roger, and let's start our clock for the block time. And so what dual cooling does is that normally when you would start engines without it, you would have to cool each engine separately on the startup. But with dual cooling, it cools both engines at the same time on the first startup, so you don't have to do it 2 times. So you'll see here, I'll put here on the start, we see we have duct pressure, and let's start number 2. And you'll see here now that we're starting number 2, the cooling countdown, it starts, it's set to 30 seconds. And it's cooling now both engines. And you can see here that the left engine now is spinning to cool, even though it's not the one that is starting. Here are both of them. Not sure what they're expecting from me now. Okay, we push back, almost hitting the tracks here. Let's ignore this thing. Yeah, parking brake set, and you may disconnect the tow, and Roger, engine number 1 starting. I think the guys here are going a bit crazy right now. Not sure what they're doing exactly. or what do you expect me to do? But there are stands available definitely. Let's hope this guy will not come straight into my stand. Ah no, he's going to the stand next to us, I hope. Disconnecting hand signals. I think it's a bit loud here. So let's move the exterior. I'm not sure exactly what he's doing. I think he tries to go to the gate next to me. But I think everything will be fine. So we have like one good engine start, and let's go for number 1.
Toast disconnected, bypass pin's been removed, hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time. Have a good flight.
Thank you for the pushback bank. See you next time. Bye. Yep. And here we're starting. And you see it's starting normally without like having to wait for the cooling, because the cooling was done already. There we go. Have 2 good engine starts. And we hear like the roar, this humming, the characteristic humming of these engines of the Pratt & Whitney's. And I think we're good. The guy here is on on his stand, and we're good. And we have here everything set. We have 2 good engine starts, so we move this back to normal. And we now start also PWS and the weather radar. Weather radar started too. And after start checklists is anti-yaws will be off. ECAM status. Status is checked, and let's do also flaps 1. Let's check flaps 1 too. Awfully close to the vehicles, but there was no space to push really. It's a really small airport. All these New Zealand airports are really small, I would say, with the exception of Auckland maybe. So we have this, and pitch stream. Pitch stream will be down 0.3. And now let's check there like our flight surfaces. So full forward, full back, neutral, left, right, neutral, and the rudders, right rudder, left rudder. So the flight surfaces seems to be free and correct, and the rudder trim is free and 0. Have flaps 1, and we're good. So now let's check our like taxi from where we are. We're just gonna go here in Papa. Probably, so right next to us is Papa, and from there we're just gonna go probably Zulu, Bravo 10. So I would say probably Papa, Bravo 5, and Alpha. Alright, so let's inform them in the frequency as well. Wellington traffic, Air New Zealand 603 taxiing holding point runway 34 via Papa, Bravo 5 and Alpha, Wellington.
And Wellington traffic, Qantas 163 will be turning final for runway 34.
Okay, we have one guy on final, so let's just give him this sign that everything is fine, and yeah, we can release parking brake. Taxi light on. Let's close our APU. Let's start turning. And we're on our way. Very good. I would say we're fairly clear from him. Let's check on the outside. Yep, we're just scratching him almost, but we're good. So we're going via Bravo 5, which is straight ahead of us, and then we're just gonna turn left to Alpha, and there's a guy on the final too. We'll have to pay attention to. Get a few stutters here with Explain 12. By the way, if you notice some stutters when I'm like looking around and everything, this is specifically something that's happening between OBS and Explain 12. Not sure what is it. I haven't figured like a way to solve it. Okay, they're arriving in 3-4. So let's set now to auto brake max. And tests takeoff coming, test it, yes, and let's notice the cabin crew. Cabin crew, seats for landing please, seats for takeoff please, not for landing.
Wellington traffic, Qantas 163 is on a 5.5 mile final for runway 34.
Wellington traffic, New Zealand 603 will hold short on A10 for the incoming traffic, Wellington.
Thank you.
And yeah, so let's do the before takeoff checklist. Run controls or check. Flight instruments 3000 feet initial altitude and 1034 set. Briefing is confirmed. We discussed about it and we are ready for it. Flaps is 1F and is set. FMA takeoff data. So the FMA is alt nav blue 1FT2 and the V-speed is 154, 155, 160. Acceleration at 3000 feet. Clean at 227, S at 212. We have speed restriction 250, so we will be good to retract the flaps while on the restrictions. Transponder is set and ICA memo is takeoff no blue. And before takeoff checklist to the line complete. Let's go here. And now let's go to sterile cockpit. With my command here. Hopefully the bot will listen to me and we'll go to sterile cockpit. We'll wait for this guy to land as well. So let's go to Alpha 11 actually. So let's wait here. Let's see where this guy is. Here is this guy. So while wait for him, let's put our taxi lights off. We have sterile cockpit in. And we're waiting for the before takeoff procedure here. We'll do the before takeoff checklist below the line when he lands, and then we're just gonna go. So let's go here and check his like landing actually. This is a Qantas, he's a 737 I think, so he's just coming up nicely. Nice and stable. Oh, here he's floating a bit I think. He went, here's a touchdown zone, he goes down, he's floating a bit. He's halfway to the runway. And bow, he's down. Fighting a bit with the controls here. Nice. Nice, as I see here in the departures there is no one else coming, I would say. Let's put Tikas actually on and let's check. Yeah, there is nothing else coming. And let's go before takeoff checklist below the line. Cabin is secured, engine mode selectors is normal. Tickets to TRA and PAX will be on and before takeoff checklist is complete. So let's go and let's call for our departure. Wellington traffic, New Zealand 603, line up and wait, runway 34, Wellington. Let's go.
Qantas 163 is vacated, runway 34.
Roger, so he has vacated. Let's release our parking brake. All lights are on here. Seatbelt sides off then on. Pucks will be on. We don't need this anymore. Let's go here. Gonna line up and set the parking brake because it's a smaller runway. So here, and we're just gonna tell them Wellington traffic, New Zealand 603 taking off runway 34, departing south via Pollax 5 Romeo, Wellington. And let's go. Let's spool up the engines. Let's go 40%. They look stable. Start the chrono. Release the parking brakes. Line up. Checklists keep coming, but it's wrong. Line up and set takeoff thrust. Man flex 62, SRS runway, and auto thrust is blue. Airspeed is alive. 80 knots. Release the forward push on the stick. We have like 10 knots, almost side wind. End of the runway is coming. V1 rotate. Positive rate and gear up. And on to the flight directors and flyby. And bye bye Wellington, and we have to keep climbing now. We close the turn of lights, we close taxi lights here, we're not needed. All the way to 3000. We disarm the brakes. Lever climb. Bring back the levers to climb speed and alt star. Need the laxive above 1100 and we're passing now to 2200, so we're good. Check like we have 1000 feet and let's go all the way up to 360 and climb. $3,000 and we start accelerating. Close to speed we're gonna go flaps up and then we'll do the after takeoff checklist. Since we have set like altitude above the transition, let's go standard. It's a bit bumpy right here. We're approaching the S speed. And let's go flaps up. It appears that now it's more smooth in the simulator, despite that I'm recording in the OBS. But yeah, there are certain issues, I would say. Okay, flaps up and 250. We need to maintain max 250 on this turn. So I would set it for 240, just to be sure. That we do not overshoot the turn. We need Pollax above 3000, but we're good, we're at 4000. And let's do the after takeoff checklist now. Landing gear is up, and I see it here also on my Bravo. Flaps are retracted, pucks are on, and bar ref is set to standard, so after takeoff checklist is complete. Let's notify the cabin crew and release them. Here we are on the turn now. Still hand flying. Let's check a bit on the wing here. Beautiful New Zealand here in X-Plane 12. Beautiful New Zealand. And a really powerful aircraft. Beautiful New Zealand and really powerful aircraft. Let's keep it at the turn. Wellington is down there. That's where we're, the airport at least, that's where we left from. Yep, it's down there. I think we're pretty good on our departure here. And after the turn, we're gonna set like managed speed and autopilot. We're a bit above 240 right now. Let's keep at it at the climb rate. Here we're almost outside the turn. "10,000 feet. Let's go managed speed. And we're level and autopilot 1 comes on. AP1. Let's take this out. Let's go here on the radar. Let's go. Landing lights are off. Seatbelt signs are coming now off. The LS buttons are coming to off. Let's set this to airport, but let's keep this still to constraints to keep an eye on them. Go alternate flight plan and let's copy the active. Good performance, and the RADNAV base is clean. We didn't set anything here, so we're good to go. And of course now it's time to release UChat as well. So come here. Release the chat. And hopefully you're... sorry, it's the wrong command. It should be RC. There we go. And back as well. Climbing now in pretty good rate. We're about 640 airborne. Let's put on some music here. Yeah, and by the way, we're just climbing normal now, and yeah, as I told you, there are like certain issues with OBS, and explain for me. You might see also that the screen is going to black, and then this is when I'm clicking between windows, and I think it's mainly happening because OBS it right now cannot hook to a default process, to the X-Plane process, and I have to just film the display directly. But still it's just doing these things. I think it has something to do with NVIDIA drivers maybe as well, and explain an OBS a combination, because I figured out that by turning off the NVIDIA overlay, X-Plane becomes more responsive, I would say. And it has a few more FPS as well, and it doesn't disrupt my OBS recording, but yeah, it cannot be a lot of things. I'm not sure exactly at the moment what is the main issue there. Might be Vulkan as well. It is presenting issues. It's beautiful here, like sun is rising. So another flyby. Wonderful. Wonderful. Clean skies, popcorn clouds. They explain popcorn clouds. They explain 12 popcorn clouds right now. We have the volumetric clouds, of course. Like, and in beta, by the way, in this beta 6 till now, I've done a couple of flights. The clouds are a bit better. There is a slight improvement in the looks, and also there is a slight reduction in the bugs of the clouds, the blinkings and the weird things that they were doing in the beginning. But of course, they need a lot of work. They need a lot of work still. Let's check here. Just leaving Wellington. Just checking also my navigraph now to start preparing for the descent here already, because as you see the performance, we're just 264 miles from the top of descent. Well, we'll wait till we're at 200, I would say. Insane 96 from the top of climb, so we'll have like a fairly short cruise, about 180 miles. Not busy in Vatsim, I would say. Yes, we had this the 3 flights that they were all coming to Wellington, but nothing busy. Everything was I would say very empty. Of course, no live ATC as well. And if I check here in SimAware to see if there's something, I don't think I can see anything right now. Any live ATC. In Australia as well, probably no. There is, yeah, no, there is nothing. That's because, of course, it's like quite late for that part of the world right now. Like, I think that real time now would be something probably around 12. Probably around 12. And we're over the sea now. And Sabda, right? So Sabda is the last one. Sabda is the last waypoint here on our like departure. So we did the departure successfully. Let's close this part. Okay, if you just came to the channel, welcome. There has been like a quite big, I would say, gap from my side in the streams. Like, there was about probably a year and a half. A lot of things happened in between, but I'm glad I'm back, and I'm glad I'm back with a new focus, I would say. I was really enjoying flight simulation all this time. Like, I didn't, despite being out of the live streams, I didn't stay out of simming, I would say, in general, and geeking around. I was like on it for quite some time, and especially with flight sims, mainly Explain 11 and Microsoft Flight Simulator, but now Explain 12 as well. And so I thought, like, why not share it with you guys? You know, let's start doing the flights again, like live stream them, see how it's going. There was also like a small update on my hardware. Like, I think I have like a complete setup right now of controls. So I have like a flight stick. I have like throttles, throttle control. I have pedals. I have an RTX 3080. So I said, let's do it. It's a bit challenging, as I told you, with Explain 12 right now, because it has some issues with OBS and how it interacts and when it's being recorded. And it's something that I'm trying to solve, but still I didn't want it to keep me away from just delivering like this first, let's say, stream after such long time. I think soon we'll have to start preparing for our arrival. Right, but I think for now we can just enjoy. Yeah, it's a bit bumpy as well. Not something major, but a bit bumpy. The Toliis bird, of course, is wonderful in X-Plane 12, the A321. I've been flying from X-Plane 11 for, I would say, the past year almost. I'm flying this Toliis A321, and it's a wonderful aircraft, really. In X-Plane 11 and now in 12. And this, like... livery as well is very beautiful, even though I would say the texture work needs improvement in Toliis, but the livery is beautiful. It's beautiful, really. It's bouncing a bit left and right here. And this all blank Air New Zealand liveries, by the way, they are amazing. I would say I find them very beautiful. Again, probably you'll see black screens going on and off. Again, this is an obvious thing, guys. And it's just getting out of it's out of my, like, let's say, control, but still. So yeah, so to talk now a bit about the approach here, like Queenstown is a bit challenging. Maybe I can bring some charts here. November. Airport, we have like the 10-9 we need here. 10-9 Bravo. And also we need for our arrival the LROOF 2 Alpha. Maybe it will be easier for you to check here. Even though I don't like the screen from Toliis, but yeah, I think it will be easier not to change screens so often. To Alpha and the RMP Zulu approach 405. Also, you see Toliis improved the AFB compared to like the 1.3 version that it had. It put new AFB. Now you can adjust a bit the brightness here. It also, there is extra menus besides the Avitab integration. Before it was just a simple Avitab integration. There's like weight balance, takeoff performance, landing performance, but of course weight and balance, I think now it's functional and you can do things here if you want. Of course, I'm not gonna mess up right now. And also shows you if you're within the envelope of the aircraft according to the weights and everything, but takeoff performance, landing performance, they're just coming soon for sure. There will be something here because in the ISCS there is here in the loading performance, when you're on the ground, there is like takeoff at least performance, so landing performance. Personally, I don't use it. I use the AES Airplane Toolbox, which is a freeware plugin. You can find in it's in the X-Plane forum, X-Plane.org forum, and it's a very useful plugin, and it has like a lot of aircraft. I would say it's international. It's interchangeable, so like you can use it for X-Plane, you can use it for Microsoft Flight Simulator, for whatever simulation you use. And it provides fairly accurate data for a lot of aircraft with takeoff performance, landing performance, or at least it gives you a good indication, because not all aircraft, not all add-ons have this thing. And when you fly, sometimes it's useful to know, you know, what are your V speeds, which are important, your like flap configurations. It also gives you options to choose between, let's say, different configurations in the aircraft, so you can have like packs on, packs off takeoffs, bleeds on, bleeds off takeoffs, you know, like so you can have all this like powerful takeoffs as well together, powerful takeoff options and landing options in this. Yeah, it's very nice. So we have like 19 miles here, and next phase 198 miles till we go to top of descent. So I think we should start preparing. So again, we checked here the arrival. So we checked that we have everything correctly coded into the FMC. What you need to check here is that the transition altitude is 13,000 and the transition level 150. And the final approach course is 053. And if we have any approach aids, it's a full RNAV departure. If you see all these stars indicate that these are like GPS waypoints. There is no any VOR, there's no any radio frequency we can physically tune in to listen to help the aircraft. Everything is like on the RNP here. And just to revisit what we need to do, we will like start from Ibabu, which is the initial approach fix. Imagine, like, usually the initial approach fix is like maybe 2-3 fixes away, maybe around 5 to 10 miles, you know, 12 miles out of the runway. But this is like, I don't know, 30 miles out of the runway, okay? It's a very unusual approach. We can do straight in landing, RNP 030, yes, okay, this is a decision altitude. And here's the FAP. 3,100 at Omubo. So we have to target to be 3,100 at Omubo. That's very important because here you see, here it starts the final approach. Then we go to Quebec November 555. After we do, of course, all this and we go into the restrictions, blah 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 blah. Then we go to Quebec November 555, Quebec November 550, a bit left, and right to 45, and then to runway 05. Missed approach point will be, as we see here, as indicated here, it's just before the runway, So after Quebec November 545, we need to be able to see the runway. And of course our minimum is 2,300. With RMB 0.3 at least. I think we'll have 0.2, usually we do. So where we can see it here is now we have 0.04. Here on the approach we'll change to 0.3 and we'll just remain here. So we're on top of our like climb right now, so let's put this to below. Let's put the weather radar a bit to below. And let's go here to our performance. And let's go here as well, and first of all we would check the meter. Of course we don't have a live station, so I will have to check it in the X-Pilot. So put November, Zulu, Quebec, November. So the meter is 0 to 03 knots, 4.9 kilometers visibility, 0904, the temperature is 1026. So it's here, we'll put 1026. Temperature is 09. And the winds are 0 to 03 knots, so we're landing in 05, so I think it's fine. Transition flight level 150, we checked this on the charts. And our baro minimums here. Decision altitude is 2,300, which is baro, 1,140 AGL. So 2,300. So about 1,000 feet from the runway, we should have the visibility to be able to see it. And now for the configuration here of the landing, I'm going to the airplane toolbox. I'm putting that the planned landing weight would be 74 tons, as initially we saw in the NDB page in the calculation from the aircraft. And landing in 05. Calculate. We need a config full, V up of 150, VLS of 145, so just a bit higher than here. So 150 here, and VLS 145. Clean speed is 224 or S speed 209. And config full as set. And next, if we go amiss, our missed approach altitude is 10,000 feet. We'll pass the NV, we'll follow this. Technically, if we go amiss, we have to start climbing, follow the waypoints, do this circle around the airport, stay in the valley, make sure not to go somewhere, you know, around. Slow speed here, you see max 150 knots. To Tundri, to Sungu, hold in Sungu, or go towards NV. We have the details for Sungu hold as well. And this is not to scale, of course, further down the valley and will be high. So we'll put here the engine out acceleration is 10,000. In general, if we have like an engine flame out here or like a malfunction, it will be quite hard for the plane, but we'll have, yes, to... Now put 10,000. I guess in real pilots, what they would do, they would just check again the charts, and depending on what's happening, depending on the turn, they would select an appropriate maybe altitude to start accelerating even faster and below 10,000 feet. Not overstretch it. But yeah, okay, we have this here. We are not feeling anything in the random. We don't have an ILS. We don't have any VORs. It's a pure RNAV approach. And if we go here, and after we go down, I think you will be able to see it here too. You will see here saying RMP. I think we can turn on the LSs now. I think the Neo in Toliis, they have the SLS approaches as well, which is kind of like a imitation of an ILS. It's generated by the aircraft's GPS. So I think we'll use this one probably here. And so this will leave empty, secondary, copy the active. Again, we have the performance, everything for the runway. So just have copied everything here. And the fuel, we have like estimated fuel on board on landing is 6.2 tons. And according to our flight plan, our final reserves are like 3.1. So we have another 3.1 tons of fuel extra in case we go amiss and we need it. And we burn 3.2 per hour around. So we have about, let's say, 50 minutes with conservative calculations if something goes bad. And let's go also and set our circles here. I like to set the circles here, so we'll go and ZQN 05. Let's put a 5 miles radius. This is something that I've taken from flying the Zibo too much and from watching real Boeing pilots do it. So yeah, it's quite useful actually to give you situational awareness straight on the ND while you're flying in final approach. And let's put in ZQN. We're at 36,000 feet, so 3 times 36, ZQN 05, so it's 108. Let's check here on the ND. This is okay. Yeah, it's fairly close to our top of descent here, and of course let's not forget it's not a straight in approach, descent and approach, we have to go circles around it. So we're good. So I'll set this to 30. This was just checking. 30 miles will be my radio announcement to the airport. When I'm 30 miles from the airport, I'd like to just, when I'm Honeycomb, and just like to make an initial call and, you know, say the position and just say the intentions also, like, you know, like I'm planning, you know, blah blah blah. So that's good. So we have everything set up, I would say, in the FMC for the approach. So we have this here. I think that's the initial part, Tili Babu. Yep. And the airport information, let's put them in the 10-9 and 10-9 Bravo. 10-9 and 10-9 Bravo. So as you see here, the airport is, I did it of course already, the calculation. The runway is fairly small, 1,777 meters is well within aircraft's like capabilities. And here, of course, in the OPT tool, the recommended brake is medium. So we're just gonna check medium here, and we'll try to use it, the auto brake medium, as for as less time as possible. It's 1,351 meters expected, like landing distance we have 1,777, but we don't care so much. I mean, we want to, of course, like stopping the runway, but we don't target any specific taxiway, because as you can see, there are no high-speed taxiways or something like this. There's one taxiway A6 at the end of the runway, so we'll target this. This A6 probably is quite far down as I see it, so it's at least 1,000, let's say 600 meters. So with AB medium, with auto brake medium, we will be able to catch this. I would say there is also like a cross runway here. It's runway on 432, which is crossing the 0523. This is usually probably like smaller general aviation traffic and everything. And the terminal is here. The terminal is here with our like plan that we have now. We don't have like our flight plan. We don't have any particular gate. We had the gate 29 assigned to us in Wellington, but we don't have anything for Queenstown. And if we check again, so yeah, so we will plan to just complete this briefing, to just go A6 and then take Alpha 6 and take the Alpha runway, the Alpha taxiway, sorry, cross the runway 14 and probably go here to the gates from Bravo 2 probably. I'm not sure if I can take these runways. No, I cannot actually. Yes, we cannot use this actually. So what we'll have to do, we'll have to turn. We have to turn on the runway and go back and probably take Alpha 4, this taxiway here. Or Alpha 3, right? Yes, Alpha 2, Alpha 5, Alpha 6, they're not for us. So we'll have to turn around, backtrack the runway once we land, turn around, backtrack the runway, go exit the Alpha 3 or Alpha 4, straight into the Addon. It's a small airport, yeah, you see, that's the biggest runways here, Alpha 3 and Alpha 4. I just pick one like gate here. Of course, I'm not sure about the scenery. The scenery is like the airport is a custom airport. So I'm not sure exactly which gates will be free and which not, but yeah, we'll just pick a suitable gate from there. I just want 10 miles and just do it here. Yeah, it's a small airport here, mostly I think catering to GA traffic, GA aircraft. And here it says like caution downdrafts likely crossing river on approach to 2-3, but we're approaching 05. Here's the river and there will be downdrafts here. It's probably there is like because it's like a valley between like mountains, so probably just, you know, guides going towards there. Payment between taxiways A3 and A4 non-load bearing. All aircraft movements in this area are prohibited. Aircraft not to cross yellow taxiway its markings. Okay. Aircraft on final approach to 05 should track along the center of Frankton Arm to intersect the extending runway center line at below 500 AGL. Alright. And yeah, as we say here again, like we have to go from here and then we have to see after Quebec 550, we have to see the extended center line of the runway, just make turn. And here technically what it says like we have to stay in the center of the arm here of the river, so to be able to see the center line and turn. Will be quite stunning approach, by the way. You see here down there, probably, I don't know if it's visible from here, but down here there is Ortho for XP that I've loaded in for New Zealand. There is a wonderful project. I don't think I've linked them, but I should have linked them there down in the description. There is a wonderful project in the forums, two wonderful projects actually, for New Zealand. One is about airports and autogen scenery and everything, the other is about Ortho4XP tiles and HDMS. I didn't download the HDMS, just the Ortho4XP tiles. Wonderful, wonderful work, makes New Zealand very, very beautiful. I'll say that for X-Plane 12, like that this beta 6 that we're running now, in terms of stability, I would say it's a bit more stable, feels a bit more stable. Again, I tell you, I have the issues with OBS, the recording, it cannot hook to the process of X-Plane 12 to, let's say, record directly the process. It has to be on like a display record mode, and then it has these issues as well, the black screens, some issues when like clicking in between the X-Plane and other screens. By the way, I also see momentarily though the flicking of the black screen when I click away from X-Plane 12 and back to, let's say, the desktop, and again I have like a 2-screen setup here, so it has this issues. Still, it feels a bit more stable, and also I think the wind behavior in cruise altitudes has improved a bit as well. I think in the first betas, beta 3 for example, it was pretty horrific. I mean, it was almost unrealistic, even in like fairly calm like conditions and clear skies. You could fly 2 hours and shaking like you're, I don't know, in the middle of the ocean or something, or like going through a storm. Okay, here's the X checklist, probably reminding us that we have to do things. Here are the clouds, of course, some cloud formations here, which they look okay-ish, I would say, better than the other betas. Of course, they need a lot of improvement, especially these distance clouds here, the flickering and the low texturing in the distant clouds is a bit weird. So let's say here in the December preparation we did we briefed the arrival, we put everything in the flight plan. We have no things to fill the RadNav page with, not even something backup. We added like yes, the airport and the runway for the distance. The mana speed we check, we filled these things, and I think the only thing that's left to do for us is just set a lower altitude. Yeah, the engine is 10,000 for us for the missed approach. We have a lot of fuel, about 50 minutes, maybe even an hour. Secondary runway, well, there is no like, there are not many runways there. We're going 0.5. If Goa miss, I think we'll try again 0.5 based on the winds. Altitude back and button. So yeah, I think we have to do this thing. We just have to go here and just say, that's it. What's the first altitude restriction? I think it's in, let's check it here. Castle is at 160. It says by ATC. We don't have an ATC. All these restrictions by ATC, but we don't have ATC, so we'll just take them. Literally, so we'll not wait for clearance range. So 160, so that's set, and we have like 70 miles. I keep seeing Simaware here, but I don't see. But things here in VATSIM. We are of course online, we're never offline right now, we're like running continuously in VATSIM. It's a bit more quiet than normal. But it's I think it's okay considering the time in New Zealand right now. And of course, after we shouldn't forget that, and I shouldn't forget, after like we land in Queenstown, we're just gonna go to the gates, another passengers. Probably I'll have like something like 5 minutes break. Prepare the next flight, you know, make a simple flight plan, take all the information I need for the flight, and the next flight will be to Auckland. It's a bit longer flight. And of course Auckland's a bigger airport, bigger international airport, probably the biggest in New Zealand, so we'll do these 2 sectors and enjoy the beautiful weather and scenery in New Zealand. Here now, 47 miles. The sun in Explain 12 is still very weird. It's kinda like I don't know, it's like a bright moon sometimes it feels. Sometimes it feels like a nuclear explosion. But definitely needs improvement. But overall, I would say that compared to 11, let's not compare it right now to Microsoft Flight Simulator, which visually is a miracle on itself. Okay, it's a whole new, it's another level. But compared to 11, in a lot of areas, it has like big improvements. Not visual improvements, not a lot of visual improvements, even though like there is lighting and better texturing, I would say, and a lot more details and more plausibility in default airports. But of course, like for like ground textures, now in New Zealand here, for example, where I'm flying is not very visible because I'm using the ortho, but in future streams, like I'll fly in parts of the world that I haven't covered with orthos, and we'll see that yes, the default ground textures, they're not like adequate, I would say. They're okay. They don't feel like a big improvement from Explain 11, but there are so many things that are not visible and they're actually an improvement from Explain 11. But of course, like the past couple of weeks since the release of Explain 12, there's been this big debate, I would say, among everyone about if it's worth it or not. I would say for me personally, it's definitely worth it, but that's my personal opinion. So yeah, of course, you take this with a grain of salt, but I'm quite happy that I have reduced the amount of plugins that I need to run to have a decent simulation Explain. You know, I don't run, let's say, Active Sky. I don't run Enhanced Skyscapes, you know, or other like you know, visual plugins. A lot of them, but I had a lot of them. I would be happy, of course, if I didn't have to have like a lot of terabyte of data of ortho. But that is something that, if you think about it, not even Microsoft Flight Simulator has solved. Meaning that, of course, they found this ingenious way to stream the data to you, right? But it's not included. I mean, if you don't have like a good internet connection, or not a connection at all, like your textures will be blurry. But of course, what Microsoft Flight Simulator has done, especially with the latest sim update, is they have nailed the clouds and the lighting. And some people might call it a bit over dramatic as well, the clouds. But I would say that in reality, sometimes clouds are over dramatic as well. And yeah, they have nailed this part. In Microsoft Flight Simulator, they have nailed this part, and the lighting is spot on together with the clouds. You don't see, for example, this. You see this like flickerness and stuff. Of course, again, like Microsoft Flight Simulator, same discussion I think when Microsoft Flight Simulator came out, like, and it was in like a public beta or very early release versions where like people were like, oh my god, you know, like it's not doing this, it's not doing that, you know, it's not good enough. But of course it wasn't a mature product. Now Microsoft Flight Simulator is a mature product, and same with X-Plane 12, like X-Plane 12 is not a mature product right now. Of course it's coming from 11, so it inherited a lot of things, but there is a certain maturity that comes to it. And I feel that Laminar is a small studio, but they have this attitude of improving things during the lifetime of their products, similar to what Asobo is doing now with Microsoft Flight Simulator. So yeah, and of course personally I'm quite heavily invested in X-Plane already. I fly Microsoft Flight Simulator, but I don't have so many paid add-ons there, and I haven't found such compelling freeware add-ons as well. So I fly Microsoft Flight Simulator, I enjoy it, but my main thing is X-Plane. And probably it will remain for some time as well. Let's see how much we need. Yeah, about 9 miles to top of descent. Yeah, and we can see the airport clearly here. So let's zoom in a bit. Don't see any significant weather up there as well, but I see like some layers of clouds. So we see this, but is this clouds? One of this in the middle of here. Yeah, they look a bit weird, but yeah, they're clouds. But yeah, I see that there is some layers over there as we're going down. And I think we're top of descent. 3 miles actually. So we're ready to push the button and start descending. Let's check it here. And also we're like now we're like at 1916 and 1939. So we have like 25 minutes till touchdown. 1 mile, and let's push the button and descend. The approach checklist ready, of course. We're about 50 minutes airborne. Yeah, and we still have quite some time. About another 20 minutes, I would say. It is bumpy. We can feel it. Let's close this since we have no viewers here to help us on anything. We open the LS here, let's open the LS here as well. And here we see also the RNAV 050, so the system has picked up correctly, and we will expect to see this as well. And with the FLS installed, I think that we'll be able to do this in FLS. I hope so. The worst case scenario, we'll do it with the final up, which is another mode as well to help you. It's 3.2. Also, another thing we didn't mention, you see now, the glide slope, the expected glide slope for this arrival. Here we are at Eldrup, by the way, so the expected glide slope is 3.2, they see here. Yes, it's 3.2, it's steeper than normal. Usually it is at 3, so So it's like 0.2 degrees steeper than normal. Okay. And of course we cannot do circle to landing here, it's just like one way straight in landing. 3100 is our platform altitude at Omubo. We have to target, by the way, this we didn't discuss our speed, so like I want to target and have like be at Omubo. So here, when we start our descent, because at Omubo you start your 3.2 degree descent towards the runway, I want to be flaps to 180 degrees. And since Omubu is 5.6 miles, it's fairly close. Actually, no, yes, this is 5.6 miles. Here we should be flaps full and gear down, fully configured at 5.6 miles. We need probably to be between Omubu and after Mopka. At Mopka, we need to be at flaps to 180, and somewhere here in between, above the river, we have to start configuring fully for the approach, because here we're a bit close. Here we need the Mubo to be fully configured, and somewhere here we start to sing the runway, and once we have visual with the runway, we'll just go manual and try to land it. Wish me luck, guys. I think it's the first time I'm doing this to Queenstown. I didn't even practice this in the beginning. I thought maybe I should practice, but maybe it's funnier to just do it on everyone's stream, even though it makes a challenging approach. Here we're at L roof, and let's go now. Let's secure the cabin, of course. So seatbelts on. 12 column should have been coming off. Just forgot it. Let's close in a bit more here. Bumpy, of course. We're flying above mountainous terrain as well, we have to remember, so it's normal that it's bumpy like that. Check the terrain here as well. Okay, see the terrain around here on the first officer's screen. I think since we're approaching our descent and we're on 30 miles, let's close the music here. And let's prepare for our descent. Our approach, we're descending already. Yeah, we're at Equinox. First, don't forget that we're passing from the airport, but after Ibabu we have this long... We pass from here, of course, but after Ibabu we have this long turn and everything. Queenstown traffic, New Zealand 603. We are 30 miles to the east of the airport. We are passing flight level 210, descending via The L Roof 2 Alpha arrival for RNP Zulu runway 05 approach Queenstown. So we made the announcement to Queenstown as well. And we'll keep descending. Next restriction is at Mk.IV 13,000 and then to Costa 12,000. So here we see we've definitely to 160, so let's go here to 13,000. And since the transition is to 150, we're also gonna put our like QNH to 1026, which is the local QNH for this approach. Is it gonna take the meter one more time here? Yes, it's 1026 to 403, 10 degrees, so we're pretty close to what we took before. Manage our descent here. I want to keep descending. Go spot 12,000. I don't want to just have like I just want to try to do a continuous descent if possible. There we go, we're turning now. The terrain is looking, I think we're pretty good. You hear the hum of the engines as they're spooling up after they're idle. It's a very nice hum. Even though the sounds I think in Toliis, they need some improvements overall, but it's... the Pratt Williams specifically, their hum is very, very good. After that, Gospa you see any Babu minimum to 10,000. Yeah, keeping good track. Let's go to Babu. I think we need some of our speed brakes here. Speeding up a bit, and let's go all the way to 250 now. A lot of bumps, really bumpy approach and descent, and we have like clouds as well. Almost full, trying to decelerate it to 15. Here we're going to 50. Go here, activate the approach phase. Clean speed is 2 to 4, just to keep this in mind. Here we are, let's retract the speed brake, of course. Okay, so we don't have the FLS. I guess there would be separate FLS approach if there was available. So we have the vertical deviation here. That's why it was like blinking to us to remove the LSs. And we have lateral deviation too. So okay, so we'll do it with VDEV, LDEV. So we'll do it with final up. We'll just have to arm the approach in the end and do it visually. It will be a tough one. So at least now we're at 250. We need 10,000 by Babu. Close to 10,000, so let's start preparing. So we are 250 and let's go. Landing lights on. We have this beacons, everything here is okay. Cabin crew, prepare for landing please, 10 minutes. We have this, we just inform the cabin crew here as well. And let's go here and secure the cabin. So let's secure the cabin. So we're preparing for touchdown. See, we're passing above the mountains here. We are after Ibabu. So let's start descending. We have to pass this above 10,000 as well, as you see, and then to go to 9,200. So we'll go 9,200. You have to follow this very carefully, and let's reduce speed to 2 to 4, which is our minimum clean. Clean. And oh, okay, that was a sudden update in the weather. And what is our true airspeed here? It's still under, so let's go here to engine anti-ice because we have visible moisture now. Past here, and let's start descending. 9,200. Speed brake is on. Let's hope we'll have the visibility to intercept this. Right, and let's go here. Here we are right on the path for it. After Quebec, November 573, 9,200. We'll go 8,200, 7,100, 6,100, 5,500. So here in the turn probably we should go now flaps 1. So let's go flaps 1, and here we see we're like on profile probably, and S speed. So we have here flaps 1, which is the slots technically, and S speed is 209, 209 here set. Alt star 9,200 and wait ready for it. After we go to 8,200. And let's start descending. And don't forget our platform altitude is 3,100. Plane is following it very nicely. After we go 7,100. Let's put some speed brakes now because we'll need it. 80. 7,100. How is the ground around us? Looks okay. Looks okay. Let's go here, up the speed brake. And let's go flaps 2 and 180. And 6,300. And we have it, then let's go 5,500. Cabin crew, seats for landing, please. So we prepare the cabin crew and what is the airspeed? The temperature 0 and 5. So I think we can remove the anti-ice here as well. That's our speed here. It's struggling to keep the speed, of course. And after that we go to 3,100, which is a platform altitude. 3,100, and we're right on spot here. We need to be here exactly 3,100. Up here we have, like, you see some, like, the wind, like the airspeed here is going nuts. Probably we have some wind shear as well, even though there is not such strong wind right now. Also, I'm not sure if we'll be able to see the runway, by the way, because the speed brake is up. Queenstown traffic, New Zealand 603. We are established on the RN, please Zulu 405, 10 miles final, Queenstown. Alright, and waiting now here. And let's go now. Minus speed gear down. And flaps 3. Okay, gear down, gray green, and flaps full. Let's speed check. We're good, and flaps full. Good. And minus the altitude descent.
2,500.
Check. And let's do the landing checklist, please. Briefing is confirmed, income status is checked, seatbelts are on, bar reference 1026 set, MDA 2300 set, and engine mode selector will be normal. And here we have it visually. Finally, we have a visual. Mubo. Here is the arm of the river that we have to follow, and behind that river over there, somewhere there, lies the runway. And we're going now with the vertical deviation. And let's arm the approach. It will dive now for the approach. That was my mistake.
2,000.
But we're fully configured now, and I think we'll be fine. This approach altitude is at 10,000. And set, and we're good. Here now we'll turn a bit to the left.
Hundred above.
Check the cabin. Minimums are very high. Yeah, check, we have visual. So we're going landing. My airplane. Auto thrust is on. We'll leave it on until we see the runway. Check. Is the runway down there? Yep, I see the runway. We'll follow the vertical deviation now. Very bit low, I would say. Check. There now. Yep, we're aligned. Checked. Bit down now.
300, 200, 100, 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10,
Okay.
5.
And reversers. Full and auto brake. Oh. Yeah, we failed this. Yeah, that was a bit hard. But I think I know what happened. I didn't have full like I didn't have like full full authority on my rudders, and that's because I think my tiller was missed. Anyway, let's turn now. I think I need to set up the tiller correctly here. The in here, which now says yes, and I didn't feel that I had full authority on my rudder. I mean, I placed full rudder, and almost nothing happened. That was interesting. That was interesting. Now I see that it's tilting towards the left. Probably there was like a lot of... Yeah, you see there is a wind as well, probably. I'm not sure exactly what's happening. Let's check here my... Let's check here my flight controls again. See that I have a rudder authority here. I'm not sure exactly why this happened in the end, and why when I leave everything to neutral it just goes towards the right. That was weird. But yeah, let's backtrack now. We will see the landing in replay, of course. It was... Yeah, look, I have full rudder right now, and I cannot barely stay landing. If I leave the rudder, look, full left rudder. And if I leave it, look what's happening. And there is not so much wind here right now. There is not. If we see the windsock somewhere, there is, but not that crazy. Not sure if there's a parking brake set or something. I'm not sure what exactly was happening here with the controls. Yeah, it's pretty crazy right now, this one. I'm not sure if it's a scenery issue as well, this one. That it doesn't let me, and I'm not sure how it will take off as well. Yeah, pretty failure, I would say. Pretty failure, I would say, in this landing, but not sure exactly what happened here. Okay, but here we are in the apron. Let's disarm the speed brakes also, let's forget about it now. Let's open here as well. Yep, it's a fight right now to keep the plane. I'm not sure exactly what happened with the Toliis here. And here we are in the apron. Let's close. Yes, of course, here it says unstable high back angle. Here, of course, it's because of our turn. We will just analyze this on the end. Let's do here as well, and here too. And of course, let's close the stropes. We forgot them. Have this straight, but we can go down there as well. Way the radar off as well, not to burn the people on the ground. Let's close BWS as well here. And let's go here. Let's put the flaps up. And the chrono should reset here as well. It was 1 hour 15 airborne. And here we're starting now. I don't see any marshaller here. Alright, let's go outside here and let's do it ourselves. Yep, it's struggling right now to stay on the center. Okay, let's see, let's say here. And here, it just wants to turn. It seems that it's might be my rudder resistance as well, but we'll have to check. Okay, so parking brake on right now will not solve the issue now, but I'll solve it like while we're off. But definitely threw me off guard there and just like made me like go out of the runway. So yeah, chronometer set and restart. I mean, we have to leave the engines running for a bit, I would say. Strobe lights are off. Packs are okay. Let's close now the flight directors, which we have been closed from before. And we have the APU here. Okay, since we have APU, let's go down here, close this, check this to up, and here engine 2 off and engine 1 off. All the lights should be off and the doors are off, beacon is off. Unlock the cockpit door and all the fuel pumps. And in the external power cable enabled, so yeah, let's talk to the ground crew here. Power cable and chocks, let's go here. Put here this, and yeah, let's close the APU that we just started, but it's okay.
Queenstown traffic, Delta Echo Delta India Whiskey, taxiing to runway 05 Queenstown.
And here we are, let's release now the chat here as well. And ScoTrail Transporter. ScoTrail Transporter, as he's welcome like on the stream, and thank you for being here. Trains are much better. Yeah, trains are much better because they don't run off the runways, right? But honestly, I feel that there is something wrong here with the wheel, because right now I have everything neutral and my front wheel is looking towards the right. So it's very, very weird. And I'm not sure if there is something here as well. Save the settings here for the tiller. But of course now there is no hydraulics, or maybe there are, I'm not sure, but there is something like weird going on with the Toliis here. I might need to reload the plane and everything. For that. Okay, so we have our packs and cargo and stuff, like we don't have like a ground services for now, and X-Plane 12 of course, but yeah, I would say let's that's it, let's disconnect now from the network. Submit this report and disconnect from the network, and let's go check a replay and confirm. Let's confirm what I was doing. Of course, let's wait to get it a bit back. And I think it's stuck. And yes, I think X-Plane is working on my side, so like it crashed and we cannot see the replay. Well, wonderful thing. But in any case, I wanted to restart it. So like we're going now on a very, very quick break, and I'm gonna set up everything again, and I'm just gonna leave Queenstown and try to head towards Auckland. So yeah, so stay here, and 5 minutes break, and we'll be back very, very soon. Let's start again, of course, the music, and see you soon, guys. What's up, everyone? So we're back again, and I made a full restart of X-Plane, trying to understand a bit more about what happened there on our landing. Also, X-Plane, you know, like graciously crashed as well on the replay. So I guess it saved me from the embarrassment, I would say. But no, the thing is that we had a pretty good approach. And landing was good, minus 97 feet per minute. And if we go here to our like stable approach and see the reports, the last report is here. So if we put it here and we see it is unstable, because we didn't maintain the center line, of course, okay, and we had a high bang angle in the end. Max bang angle during final approach should not exceed 10 degrees. Of course, we couldn't like do anything else because like we had to turn, so that's normal. And this is of course because we missed the runway. But if we check our approach, our check height for VMC was 500 feet and we were stable. Our sink rate went from minus 562 to 1045, so it was within, let's say, limits. Indicated airspeed was 147, 149, but it was on auto thrust, so it was like maintained pretty well. And we crossed the threshold at 53 feet, pretty good. And we touched down minus 97 feet per minute, 125 Gs. But on the rollout, of course, we deviated and we did this like left and right. We had the crab angle as well. And yeah, we did on touchdown we had 3 meters just deviating from the center line and getting airspeed on 143, so we were pretty good. But yeah, as like Scott Rail said, like yeah, trains are better. Yes, of course they're on rails, you know, like they're more stable, I would say. But here I fully reloaded, everything seems okay, and we're back on it. There again, like things are like the others are naviging and everything, so we're just gonna load up again the flight. I have the new like the new flight plan for it, and we're going now to go to New Zealand, on to Quebec, all the way to Auckland. And let's check now. Our like fuel would be like 10 tons block of fuel. So let's open here. Let's open these doors, and let's open one service door to 2 service doors maybe. And we have also the passengers here. Since we open here, let's do the passengers, which would be 151 passengers, 151, a bit less people than before. And if we go here, we don't need the chocks here. But what we need is fuel, which would be 10 tons. Request the fuel so we can start refueling. And we're good. And the cargo will be 2.1 tons, so 1 ton here and 1.1 here. Load it. Open these doors and close the bulk. And we're good here. Yeah, the external power here and everything is okay. Again, dual cooling, of course. Yeah, I have to ignore this warning for now. And clear the status here. And since we have everything here, I'll load information. Let's check. Can we take now from Seabrief? Invalid flight plan uplink. We have again the same thing here. And it's funny because like here we have everything. Okay, so then I'll go to Simbrief downloader and I'll try to download my thing, and hopefully it will be able to pick up. Not sure what happened here with Toliis, but usually it could just pick it up straight from Simbrief. Let's see, we have it here now. It should be November Zulu, Quebec November to November Zulu Alpha Alpha 01. Let's see, does it find this one? Not in the database. Let's check again. Yeah, maybe I should check here on my X-Plane files and see outputs and famous flight plans. November Zulu Alpha Alpha 01. Yes, I think we have it here. Toliis cannot see. November Zulu Quebec November Zulu 8. 01. Okay, I will not insist in this one. But again, we'll go from November Zulu, Quebec November to November Zulu Alpha Alpha. Opa, and here it is. He found it. Nice. Insert it. Yep. Company route. It had different. It had the cow. The not the cow names, but here the ATA names. Okay. And let's check here the flight plan. Seems let's check here the routing as well. From Savla to Davi. Yep, seems okay. Seems legit. Of course, didn't fill everything here. IRS in it. Okay, and flight number would be Air New Zealand 1 to Quebec. Here again, of course, in VATSIM. Cost index 25, and we'll be cruising to 370. 37,000 feet. And temperatures and wind for the top of climb would be temperature minus 57 and 57, and the troposphere would be at 40,500 feet. And talk. And the winds, let's request the winds. So we have everything here, and still didn't do anything yet. Definitely it's broken. It's definitely something not going okay with it. We need the winds at Lofta, and we cannot request it. It's okay. So wind at Lofta, let's go for the winds. 20933. And for next phase, our descent winds would be 20118, 300, 301, 310, sorry. 236.3, 200, 353.11 at 100. We have this 53, of course, 11 at 100. Okay, we have this definitely, and 1 second. It's got flight plan here, so we'll take weather. Queenstown again, it's 260, 1 knots, so fairly calm wind. So I guess we can leave from 05 unless I don't know what Simbrief planned for us. I see it planned 05 and Mk.IV alpha. So okay, so we're going here. We're gonna do 05 Mk.IV alpha. Here Mk.IV alpha via the Savla transition. Going for Davi 7 Delta and 05 right in Auckland, but we have time for it. We'll check it where we are airborne as well. So 05 right, ILS 05 right, and we're looking for the Davi 7 Delta. Davi 7 Delta, and we check here the charge. Davi 7 Delta, it's here, and we have to go from Davi all the way to Atama. I don't see an Atama here, but we can go to approach to 05 right. Lengu, I don't see Via, so I'll pick no Via, no transition for now, and we'll just insert it like this. I see Atama, Lengu. I think that should be correct because that's what I see in the charts, Atama and Lengu. And nothing in between. 601 total distance. And the plan here is 593, so we're pretty close to it. So radio navigation and everything here. Let's go for our seed here, which, as we said, would be the Mk.IV Alpha. Mk.IV Alpha. Let me find it in Simbrief. I don't see it here anywhere, but that's because it's Auckland. So let's go here and let's go to Queenstown. Mk.IV Alpha. Mk.IV Alpha. I'm climbing the Savla transition here. I don't see any radnavs here though. Caution aerodrome by mountainous terrain is of course. And let's put here NZQN, of course, November, Zulu, Quebec, November 05, just to keep an idea where we are. And secondary, copy the active. I did like a diffs ribbon, which is going to be here. So zero fuel weight is 66,828. 66,828. And the block was 10. 76,672.8. Check the plant ones. We planned for 76.5 and 72.7, so we're pretty close. From 05, let's do the performance calculation tour now, right now as well. Yes, so we have one F flex to 60, 150, 154, 158, and 2,290 knot acceleration altitude. So if we go here to performance, we'll do 150, 154, 158, 54, 158. Transition 30,000 is good, and knot acceleration is 2,200. And again we'll do an NADP 1 this time again, so 5,200. Sorry. It is 4,200, sorry. Actually, let's check, it should be 3,000 above aerodrome level, and the aerodrome level here is 1,200, so yes, 4,200. Flaps 1, and will be down 0.2. Flexing to 60, all the way to 60. We're gonna flex. And an initial approach, departure, we'll do a huge circle, max 195 knots, max 180 knots here. Initially max 180. So it says transition 13,000, do not use for navigation, okay, requires NP 0.3 lower to Metax. Initial climb, cross Quebec, November 849 over 6,000, Lurks mark. 180 actually here should be. I'm not sure why here it's 160, but the pre-selected here should be 180. Pretty much that's it, and let's go now here. Let's put this flight plan here. And let's go to plan here. Check the constraints, of course. Let's put terrain on ND here. Yeah, you see we have to do this circle around the airport to gain height, so we will start here. We'll go to Quebec, November 843. Yes, Quebec, November 846, 849. Okay, the initial is 168 here, as I see, right? 160, yes, okay, so it's the initial. Quebec, November 849 above 6,000. Yes, Quebec, November 852. November 852, 160 also. Okay, so we'll do 160 maybe initially. Lemak at 180, so here is Lemak is 180, max 180 between 6,500 and 11,000. Then Quebec November 861, as usually we do this around the airport. Quebec November 861 is max 195. It's put it here. Metux below 12,000 or by ATC. Yep. This for traffic, I guess, and then go Anpov Akmat Nonan Savla. Anpov Akmat Nonan Savla. Top of climb, of course. Later on in the flight, Savla will be on 350 already, and Nonan should pass below 250. And Akmat above, it will be 210 above 180, so we're good here. Lofta, Sebru, Omkun, Lebox, Pokom, Davi, and then we do the arrival here, and of course the alternate for today that we forgot to fill here. Primary alternate for today would be November. That's the closest one. Yeah, November Zulu Charlie Hotel is the same thing. Christian shirts. November Zulu Charlie Hotel is Christian shirts, I think. I put this here too. Have the legs here. We'll put the performance here, and let's hope this time Toliis will behave, I think, and my pedals will behave, and they will start like actually trying to steer us, you know, like not getting us off the runway. Okay, maps here. We have this. We're online, of course. You can track me as well, the flight and everything. And here we are, like very hilly. Queenstown is very beautiful around. Very beautiful around. Of course, it's ortho, combination of ortho and X-Plane 12 default scenery. It's beautiful. And sorry, X-Plane 12 like trees, and this is not a default scenery. Of course, it's a custom scenery. The airport itself. 1026 here. This is 1100. It's really good, I think, and we can do the before start. So we can start doing the before start checklist, and if first we need to check our fuel. It's in and balanced. Very good. So let's go here and open our signs. Let's go to the checklist. Before start, the cockpit preparation is complete. Gear pins and cameras are removed. Signs are on auto. Adhesives are naviging, and fuel is 10 and balance. We checked this. Takeoff data there set and bar ref on 026 to the line is complete. So let's go here. Actually, before we do this, let's start APU. And we have 10. Let's close our doors, of course. Let's go all the doors, and we'll say to the crew also arm doors and cross check, please. Thank you. 15 checked, and we'll call weather pushback.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
Here, thankfully, we have some space to maneuver and just face this side, and we have specific runways, specific taxiways that we can take.
Toes driving up.
Check, and let's go here. If you see what I'm talking about, November, so look at back November. So if we check the airport information here, so you'll see that from all these taxiways that these are for general aviation. So to go to 05 we'll have to go to A4, then backtrack back to sorry, not here, backtrack from A4 A3 backtrack to 05, and then just take off. Probably A3 to reduce the distance. And pretty much that would be it. We have the ground here, a lot of high ground, of course, around our like departure. MSA for like sector is 10,000 feet and 11,400 right outside the sector, as I see it here on the charts. So we have this.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
And the initial climb based on the charts here. Initial climb based on the charts. Oops, my music I think went out. 1 second for the music. And there it is. Let's play it.
So connected, bypass pins inserted, release parking brake.
Okay, the guy is ready here to push us back. And we're fairly good, so we have to finish the checklist first. We have to start our APU here and put like 1 minute counter. So yeah, so a lot of high ground as I was saying, and from the Navy ground up to the floors, like the chart here, see like yes, we have to climb quite fast. I mean 10.5 degrees, so for 200 knots we have to be climbing at 2000 feet per minute, 2100 feet per minute for 200 knots. I think we can do it with the performance of like the Neo and the Pratt & Whitney's. They're pretty powerful, so so before start checklist, below the line, windows, doors. The doors are armed and closed. The cockpit door is also locked. Beacon comes on. Came on. Mobile phone off. Thrust reverse idle. Park brake is set. Check the flight controls one more time. Yep. Since it started, let's start our the APU has started. Let's start these ones here and start the bleed. Let's check here, a minute passed. And let's talk now to the frequency. Pushback facing north. Queenstown traffic, New Zealand 1 to Quebec from stand 7, pushback facing north, Queenstown. So we did this, and the initial climb, yes, that's what I want to say. I would say put it just 6,000 feet from now. What I see here is, yeah, the first mark that the first restriction is above 6,000, so a drop of 6,000, so yeah, it's good. And let's put it to 100 to remind us that we have to keep the distance here. Excuse my doggies, of course. Sometimes I get angry. So let's push back. Let's push back. Parking brake released. And let's go.
Starting pushback and I start engines.
Yep, and let's do the last minute and let's take the external power off. And we'll start with number 2. We have again dual cooling, of course, and let's go here. We have duct pressure, hopefully. Yep, and start number 2. Let's check it. They're both cooling now. It'll take some time. See, they're both spinning. Our guys turning us around here, and we're waiting for this engine to start running. And here we go. A bit of the center line, but he will fix it.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Parking brake is set. You may disconnect the door.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Roger, we have one good engine start. Yep, it's a well, and start number 1. Let's turn off the music also. Since we have this and we're getting ready. Disconnecting hand signals.
Toes disconnected, bypass pin's been removed, hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time. Have a good flight.
Alright, the guy finished. I think we have 2 good engine starts, and let's go flaps 1. Flaps 1 is done, and let's go here for the after start checklist. Anti-ice is off, it's on to right, cam status. Check the status, you have no messages. This goes to normal, and since there is no air crew right now, this goes here, and this goes here. They should have been on already, and okay, we did the flow. Cam status is check pitch stream down 0.2. Let's check now again. Here I see everything centered. I cannot, of course, check my rudder from here, but I see the rudder. Seems fine. We will see. So left rudder, right rudder. It was going full before. Not sure what happened really. Full left, full right, center, and full forward, full back, and center. Flat surface seems to be working normally this time, and let's hope they will stay that way. And rudder trim. I hope it was not some kind of rudder trim that was left over there, but anyway. It's set to 0, and if you check here the airport now, we have to go via Alpha 3. Yep. Queenstown traffic, New Zealand 1 to Quebec, taxiing holding point Alpha 3, Queenstown. Release the parking brake, and taxi lights on, APU is off, and let's go. Arm the speed brakes, auto brakes max, parking brakes, released. Come on boy. Takeoff config. Test it. Cabin crew, prepare the cabin for takeoff, please. No, I still feel that it's pulling to the right with everything to neutral. It's still pulling to the right. Not now though. Okay. Not sure. Let's hope everything will be fine now. Let's go to A3. Sit here. Clear left, clear right. Let's start going from here slightly, and before takeoff, check this to the line. Flight controls, or check flight instruments. 6100 set 1026 set. Briefing is confirmed. Flap sending 1 is set. FMA takeoff data, they are set, and it's 150 to 154, 158 is our V speeds, 13,000 transition, 4,100 acceleration, altitude. Let's just set the parking brakes here. SP 212, clean 227, and we have a speed restriction, the initial turn, 160, 180, 195, so we'll have to keep at least the flaps till we're clear from these turns. And then we'll proceed as we have planned already in the FMC thematic of that, I guess. And it's like climb nav blue 152. And pretty much that's it. Let's leave it here. Let's take this here. And below the line, transponder now is set and memo take on the blue. And below the line, the cabin is secured and smooth selector is normal. Actually, we can go like this. We can go like this and we'll go there below the line after we cross. So we will say now, we'll announce our backtrack Queenstown traffic New Zealand 1 to Quebec from A3 Alpha 3 backtrack runway 05 Queenstown. So let's do it. Release the parking brake. Let's go. Let's turn on the strobe lights, of course. And we have here TRA, right? Yep. It's none here. Yeah, and I see now that, for example, now when I leave everything to neutral, yep, the aircraft can go straight despite the fact that there is wind. So there was something really wrong in that approach before. And before takeoff checklist, that would below the line cabin is secured. Again, let's see the cabin crew, immediate takeoff, land sits for immediate takeoff. Thank you. Engine mode selector is normal, TCAS is TRA, and PAX will be on. So before takeoff checklist is complete, officially complete. So let's take the turn now. It's a bit tight as well here. We don't have a lot of space to play around. Let's see if we can reach it. Yep, we can. And we're on the center line, so let's stop here, put the parking brake here, turn on all the lights. All the lights are on. Dual cooling should be off by this stage. Again, forgot, but we're okay. And let's make the announcement. Queenstown traffic, New Zealand 1 to Quebec, takeoff runway 05, departing north via Mk.IV 3 Alpha, Queenstown. And let's go here to the chat, secure the cabin. And check here that the cabin is secure. Cabin is secured. Everybody's secure. And spool them up to 40. They're stable. Chrono. Release the parking brake and set takeoff thrust. Manflex 60 SRS, runway not SRS, nav blue, auto thrust blue. Runway 1 is enunciated, sometimes it's normal. Indications normal and airspeed alive. 80 knots, release the forward push on the stick. Yep, everything feels fine now. Nothing is pushing the aircraft to the left or to the right. Edge of the runway, V1 rotates right at the edge, hitting almost some trees here. Yep, and positive rate, gear up. That was right at the edge. And flight by. And bye bye Queenstown. We're just right at the edge here. keep flaps 1 till we are out of the speed restrictions, of course. Even though we can go above our acceleration altitude. Let's take here like turn off lights and taxi lights off. Disarm the speed brake. Lever climb. Thrust climb. And we continue in the turn. We should have been max 160, we're a bit above that, but we can keep the turn here as we see, so we're good. It's really beautiful. Another flyby. A lot of mountains around this area, really beautiful to fly in New Zealand. Yeah, we're at 180 this city restriction right now. And we still have till Lemmak to keep at it. And we're climbing 2200, we're good above the 10%. And here is a altitude warning. Let's go all the way to 37,000 now. And let's manage the climb. The 11,000 restriction here. And yeah, visible moisture. Our temperature is SAT at 0, so let's open the anti-ice storm. I would say let's clear it up now. Let's go direct to Quebec, November 861, since we're that high. So let's go flight plan direct to Quebec, November 861. Direct to insert, let's go. And since we're turning right, let's go probably direct to Anpov. 8 will be much better. And let's manage the speed. It's with standard. And we're good, you see we're very high right now, we're way high above the region, so it's not that we need to clear some mountain or something anymore. We can just simply fly around here. And we're close to a speed. So let's go flaps up. Landing legs are coming off now. Seatbelt signs will come off now. Autopilot 1 will come on. 250. And the next restriction is 250. At Akmat. Not at Akmat, sorry. At Nona. Airport button. Yeah, we'll keep the constraints here for a while. Airport button will go here. Lessons are off. Alternate here, let's copy the active. And we don't have anything in the random page. So let's release U-chat as well. We're back. Above the moisture too. Queenstown was really beautiful. It was a beautiful approach from Wellington. Beautiful approach. Beautiful arrival from before, like, and the approach in the end. Like, we went down from the clouds. Like, we went from nice weather to clouds, inside the clouds, above the high ground with zero visibility. Then just went out of the clouds, above the river and the valley. We botched. Initially it was good because we didn't botch the landing exactly, but we had these issues with Toliis. Again, I'm not sure if it was my pedals or it was the tiller, because I have the tiller and the joystick, so might have been this thing too. Something was not working right, so we just went off the runway to the left in the end. Let's put some music now. Now I'm just opening the charts to see in Auckland. Trying to find the parking stands. I have a sand parking stand present on like Flatland here. 32. One runway in Auckland as well. Let's just open it here. Let's see. Sea level, of course. On the runway, see 05 right and 23 left. There is also the 05 left, 23 right, but it's a taxiway right now. Big runway, of course, compared to what we landed. Marginal takeoff as well from that runway. Right at the end, we just scratched some trees. I would say that normally maybe these trees wouldn't be there in the right at the end of the runway, but yeah, we just scratched some trees. So we're just climbing up. Bumpy ride, of course, above the mountains. And a quiet environment in Vatsum right now, I would say. The whole thing is shaking up and down, really. just checking out back in the cockpit to see how we passed the point with the restriction here, 25,000 feet. I think after that we have no restrictions. Yep. Hopefully we'll not plateau here somewhere. This is 2.8 miles and 1,000 feet is stopping a bit in here, like excellent VNAV from Toliis, of course. And let's go here to performance. Yeah, we're about 400 miles from our top of descent. Not a big cruise as well, but definitely a bit bigger cruise than like you know, Wellington to Queenstown. Hopefully this time in Auckland we have big runway, bigger airport, straight in approach. Hopefully Toliis will behave also. We'll have like a better landing, I hope, and some replay as well. By the way, this thing that crashes in the replays is pretty common, I would say, in X-Plane 12. At least for me, it has been pretty common. And I would say around 60% of the times that I try to replay, I will actually replay like my flight in the end, you know, to see the landings and stuff. And it's about like there's like 35-40% of the times that it will just simply crash. And it's very characteristic, but the way I see it as well, when you move and when you go to replay mode and you just move a bit the slider back. In X-Plane 12, the difference between 11 and 12 is that usually it's immediately you can see the rewind, you know, especially if it's like close together the times that you're sliding. So it's short slides, you can see rewind. But if you do it then you don't see it for like a few seconds and you see it stuck, same like in X-Plane 11, it never recovers. It just boom, crashes down. You see clearly here the high ground over there, and you see that we're above like some cloud weather system here. Above them there is high ground here, some mountain tops in there that you can see they're like already the snow. Even though it's a summer right now, I think it's a land snow. And you can see here, you see like the clouds like puffing and depuffing, I would say. Like you see they're going up and like in and out. Like I think this is some kind of like mechanism from X-Plane 12 engine to update smoothly local weather. But of course it's not smooth at all. Like I mean, it's not simple. You don't see any natural movement of clouds. I mean, you would see this appearing and disappearing of clouds over a big period of time normally, and like a fast forward or something like that, but definitely not in real time that we're supposed to be now. Of course, like compared to XP11, to X-Plane 11, and how like weather, there was static matter weather there and everything. Now the weather is more dynamic. There is like they take like NOAA and OAA. It's like the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric, I think, administration or something like that from like USA. So they have like satellite data that I think X-Plane incorporates with about an 2 hour delay, we're 2 hour delay behind the actual live weather. So the live weather in X-Plane is 2 hours behind the actual live weather. And then there is I would say like a whole maybe machine learning, I would say there, even like, so there is like an algorithm that learns a bit from this data and tries to predict inside X-Plane what the next batch of data will be, so you have smoother updates. And I think it does this slight smooth updates, smooth and like quotes of course updates there. And yeah, it needs of course tweaking. It needs not only tweaking, it needs like improvement. But of course it's much better than what we were getting in X-Plane 11, even though you saw that on our approach to Queenstown, when we were just descending, it did a really abrupt update, boom, and we just lost like visibility. Well, we're descending in a place where it seems that it's a bit clear, you know, it's a clear patch, and we're just approaching a low visibility area, but boom, it just put clouds around us. So that there are these instances still, but they're getting improved, I would say. They're getting improved, and I think with each beta things are getting better. For now, what I know for sure is that it looks really beautiful, the clouds between the mountains, and they have the ability to render the clouds between the mountains, which is quite realistic. And also it has changed a bit like flying in mountainous areas like VFR and stuff in X-Plane 12. I tried, for example, for a few days to fly VFR around the Alps in Austria and Switzerland, and it was more challenging than in 11, and it gave a more realistic feeling, despite the fact that the mess in the ground, of course, is not up to par with a modern simulator. A lot of plugins, of course, they are like are adapting slowly to the X-Plane beta. Aircraft add-ons, of course, Toliis that we're flying. The Zibo mod I know as well, and I would like to make a live stream with the Zibo mod as well in X-Plane 12. It's coming also to the beta. I know for sure because I have it that Cessna, the C172 from the sim coders, the reality expansion pack is also there in the beta as well. And for plugins like better Pushback, as you saw, there is already beta out, which is improving, you know, it's making compatible with X-Plane 12. At least what we hear from the developer, what I heard from the developer there, what I saw, and the updates there are like probably even new features coming to it, which would be exciting to see. But of course it will take time, like the beta is like probably 1 month old right now at this point. So it will take several months to bring X-Plane 12 up to let's say a release state, to feel like at least a finalized product, because now it's not a finalized product definitely. And from time to time, as I told you, I already fly some Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I also tend to fly in X-Plane 11 as well. There are some aircraft like the Fly Chasing, the Q400. I still have the version after. I don't think it's even updated for X-Plane 12 at this point, this plane. And I will fly it like in X-Plane 11, definitely it's a bit more stable. A bit more heavy in resources, I would say. It feels that X-Plane 12 is a bit lighter in resources for what it gives you. So now my graphics are almost maxed out. And it feels that it's a bit lighter, it demands a bit less. It has a lot of calculations in the GPU, that's for sure. Of course, it's still CPU bound in a lot of things, like the generation of like buildings, you know, in general, the auto-gen and stuff. Also things, AI traffic and auto-generated traffic also is like in CPU. So still someone with a fast CPU in his system or her system will benefit massively from it, as it's the case with flight simulators usually. But the load, it seems that the load in GPU is it's shifting, at least in X-Plane, shifting towards the GPU, the load in general, and it gets the GPU gets a lot of things too. For me, ideally, you know, with the system that I have, I wish that the X-Plane was only GPU bound, because I have the GPU for it. I have a bit slower CPU, but still an improvement from Explain 11, and I would dare even to say that sometimes it feels lighter than Microsoft Flight Simulator, and it's weird because, like, in general, Microsoft Flight Simulator feels that gives more graphics to me compared to Explain 11, but compared to 12, I feel that 12 is a bit smoother. But we will see, of course. Might be my how to say, my perception in it as well. But of course, it remains to be seen. And of course, Microsoft Flight Simulator is getting updates and getting improvements as well. Take a bit here, let's come to the cockpit and see. We still need some for top of descent. We need 304 miles for for a top of climb, and then 300 around 300 miles for a top of descent. Yeah, we're doing here. Yeah, we're climbing slow right now. What's our max? Recommended max 384. We're going 370, not going 370, so I think we're good. Let's take them up a bit also. Yeah, we're here. If you see, there are some actually in Watson here. I see a couple of flights here. But you see, we were in Wellington before. We just flew all the way down somewhere around here, Queenstown. It's in here between this Fjordland, I think they call it, or maybe Fjordland somewhere around here. But yeah, it's in this to make this mountainous fjords and everything. Queenstown is here. So we'll go now all the way north to Auckland here. Auckland, of course, is flatter, closer at the sea level. That's where we're heading. So I think from this side it's only the sea, so maybe it's worth to just keep the views here. See the mountains and everything here. Even outside we can go here. Reduce a bit the sound on the exterior. There we go. The lighting is definitely an improvement. Of course, it needs a lot of tweaking, but it's definitely improving compared to 11. It's much more natural. You know, the objects inside the simulator feel natural. And we're on top of climb here. Let's put this to below. Let's put this to below also. A bit below here. Let the aircraft do its magic on the rest. Yeah, as you see, let's see the lighting around. You see, it feels much more natural. Much more natural. The reflections are also pretty good. Finally, it reflects how an airplane would normally reflect. You know, they're not airplanes are not anymore these matte, weird tubes. You know, in Explain how they used to be in 11. And we don't have much, as you see. This is like New Zealand is like fairly big, I would say, as a country, but not that big. Okay, so like even going from the south of Queenstown just going up north, it's not such a huge flight. It's probably around 1 hour and 30 minutes of airtime, I would say. But of course, there's a lot of, I would say, aviation, a lot of active aviation, as I understand, in New Zealand. And there is this fantastic project for explain. And if you press a New Zealand story, or like if you press a New Zealand project explain, and if you search this on Google and you go to the forums, you'll see what I'm talking about. There is like a lot of ortho, a lot of airplane, a lot of airports, custom airports. There is this amazing developer who's done everything for free, and he's even add some kind of stories behind the airport. So you have to fly somewhere with purpose, and there are things that are happening to the airports that you're flying. It's crazy. It's crazy, really. It's very, very nice. It's as a European, you know, I never flew to New Zealand in real life or in the sim. Never happened. But coming upon this project, and like I was like just simply amazed, you know, that they decided that okay, you know, maybe I should start flying New Zealand, you know, why not? And it doesn't disappoint. I expect the fact that the runways are slippery and I'm just pushed to the side, you know, but let's hope in Auckland we will have a better chance, better luck. Checking down the meter for Auckland as well, just to prepare. And I see what I'm getting now is like 7 knots from 060, 10,000 visibility, overcast at 4,100, 14 degrees Celsius, 1036, no sick, and yeah. Say pretty decent weather, overcast at 4,100, pretty high, I would say. In general, I think today that we did these live streams, it was fairly beautiful day, I would say, a calm day in New Zealand. Maybe because the real weather right now is night, so maybe during the night, you know, the weather is maybe a bit calmer. But when I was doing some test flights around the country, there were the weather can get really nasty, I would say, with really high altitudes of clouds, a lot of winds, of course, because it's like a mountainous country, you know. Let's take a bit around to try to check here. Yeah, we just leave behind this system of clouds, I would say. Seems that the weather. Okay, there is a like layer here. That's kind of, we're going parallel to it. And there will be overcasts in Wellington too, in Auckland too, but yeah, we'll see. And again, what a beautiful livery for New Zealand. Like I'm just big fan of this all black livery. It's like way different than, you know, like a normal what you're used to for a livery usually. It's full of color, I would say. It's black color and big contrast with their like logo, with the white engines. I think they have the same variation of this livery. I'm not sure if it's in the A321 or in the A320s, where they have like a black fuselage and black engines as well, black engine cowlings. I find more interesting this one, I would say, because it makes a contrast and it's interesting. Here down you see the that's an area I haven't downloaded 100% ortho for New Zealand, and I think that is one of the areas that I haven't covered here, this central western part, I would say. Yeah, so probably we'll go now to default explain scenery. We'll check here. Yeah, you see the ortho on the right side, the south, and here default explain scenery. It doesn't look that bad in the mountains area right now, but yeah, it's default, of course. It's screaming it's default. Definitely not as interesting as ortho. So yeah, so if you're interested in Explain 12 and remaining having Explain 12 as your main simulator, something that I think that I will be doing, yeah, you need to be heavily invested in having the capacity to store ortho. That's a must, I think. That's a must, I would say. Let's check how many miles we have left. 215. Right, we're almost there. We can slowly start preparing for our descent. It's still bumpy. Of course, you have the jagged lines still on the saddles, despite the fact that my saddles are maximum right now. The quality is still questionable. So let's recap what we learned now. We have the meter which says 060 at 7 knots, so points to 05 right. And if I check here my sim brief routing, it says 05 right as well, from Davi to Davi 7 Delta for the arrival. So if we check here, airports, so let's start from our from our arrival. So let's go back to arrivals. We need to find the Davi 7 Delta. Davi, sorry, it's Davi 7 Bravo. No, 7 Delta. Davi 7 Delta. Here it is. And we need to approach in 05 right. Of course, Auckland is a bigger airport, has like RMPs, but it also has like ILS. ILS, DME localizer, DME runway 05 right. We don't need cut 2 or cut 3. We don't need this minima. I think we'll have visibility. There are some variations yellow here. I'm not sure exactly what they mean by that. These are Viora DMEs. LS localizer, DME, Echo. This is for like reduced runway length. Okay, so these are like, I guess, abnormal, maybe. But anyway, we have the ILS DME or localizer DME 05 right, and we'll keep this one here. And we have the approach, and we have in the airport information, and we're targeting for stand 32. I'm sorry, stand 32 is here. So you see here's the Alpha 5 exit. If we check the airport chart here, Alpha 5 exit, and then you go in and it's here. See Alpha 5, Bravo 5 and 32. So we will target the Alpha 5. Alpha 5 looks a bit after the middle, I would say. So around 1,600, 1,700 meters. A bit more probably, maybe 1,900 meters. So we'll target something like this in the OPT. Here is the arrival. So I'll open my nav graph here on the side to be able to check it. So I have Davi 7 Delta, I have the airport, and I need also the approach. What says the Davi 7 Delta? Navigation is RNAV1, GNSS required. I think we're equipped. Descent to ATC cleared, okay. And the routing. The routing is from Davi. We are coming straight Davi. We don't have any transitions. Davi 7 Delta. Cross Davi at above 8,000. Let's check it. With our FMC. And our flight plan here. So we start at Davi. And we have to go max 280 knots and above 8,000. We haven't checked. Alpha 507 max 240 knots above 5,000 checked. Steel max 220 knots, and then Atama 210 knots and above 3,000. Check. From Atama we do this weird turning. We didn't do any, as I see here. Oh, there are transitions actually that can bring us a bit of Lengu, or we can go just direct to Lengu. Because we can do the DME arc, there's a DME arc here that we can do, and we can land a bit before. It'll be about 11-12 miles, or we can just do this and go to Lengu. So we can just do this. Go at Lengu, And then it's 210 knots, 3000. Or we can go here and Fox to Fox, yes, okay, so we can go here and L05 right. Davi 7 delta, and we can do the delta 142M transition. So that will put us, yes, from Atama. Seems that we're a bit far away. Let's check it now. There's a temp insert here. So if we would go from here, we would go to Davi. Clear that discontinuity. 507 still Atama. That's a Niev here, right? In Atama we have to do this weird thing to align again. Yeah, that looks very weird actually. And since I want to be in Atama, we'll do ILS05 right, the Davi 5 delta as we have it before. Davi 7 delta, sorry, with no via, no transition, just like this. And we'll clear this, Pocom and Davi direct. And then we'll go still Atama, Lengu, we'll do this weird thing, Lengu, and then we'll align and we'll just land 3 degrees, the slope here, so it's not as steep as the Queenstown. And our alternatives to Christian shares, we haven't filled anything here. We have an ILS, of course, so we're gonna put the ILS down now. It's 1103, and then the initials is India Alpha Alpha, the indenting is India Alpha Alpha, which is 1103 to 54, I think this is the one. 051 is the final approach course. We have the Auckland VOR as a backup to 114.8, so it's Alpha Alpha the ident. Alpha Alpha 148 checked. Glidestop selected, check. I don't think we need any other VORs to set. We have the Hamilton VOR, but we're not coming from there in the approach. Our missed approach is on track for 051, which is the final approach course for the course of the runway, the QTM. To MRAC mandatory 3000, so straight ahead to MRAC at mandatory 3000. This we have it, I think. Here. MRAC and 3000, it's pretty simple. Here we should put November Zulu Alpha Alpha 05 right. And let's go to performance. And let's input what we have now. The QNH is 1036 at the destination. Temperature is 14. The winds are 0607, so 607. Transition 150, it's okay. And platform altitude is 1630. And the ILS DME decision altitude is 215. It's here conditional. ILS DME 215 and RVR 1200. We have RVR definitely. 200 above the runway. Sorry, it's 265 with RVR 1200 and 215 with RVR 515. The ALS out, okay, with the lights out is the second. Okay, so we are 215 baro. 200 AGL full. This, yeah, the config, of course, we have to run now to do the landing here. Let's take the meter. Okay, I see the new meter actually here, 1035. This has changed a bit, so yeah, the other meter we took is a bit older, 14 and 0509 is right now. Still though, not big changes here. Runway 05 right, and I'll put landing distance 1,800, 700, 1,700 meters. Calculate config full 149, 144, and brake medium. So config full we have VUP 149 and VLS 144. Its VUP is VLS plus 5 based on the wind. This is a bit bigger, full, and its approach altitude here is 3,000 feet. Our clean speed is 222, and our S speed, flaps 1 speed, is slat speed is 208. Okay, looks good to me. The secondary copy the active, and let's leave it as it is. And the fuel, we are estimated fuel on board on landing is 6.3. Our reserves is, let's check the reserves now, 3.98, so 4, and we have 6.3, so we have 2.3 tons, and we burn 2.6 per hour right now, so we have 40-45 minutes, I would say, and if we estimate like conservatively, that's a conservative estimate. Yeah, it's about there. In case we need to go amiss, you know, low visibility, we need to divert. And for diverting to Christian Church, which is our first selected candidate for diversion, we need 2.9. And with this and that, we're about 100 nautical miles away from our top of descent. And the first restriction for altitude is 8,000 feet, but I'll put it to, we'll preset it now to 150, which is a transition level. And let's go outside. I see now that the clouds are finally managing to do some more flat formations here when they have this, like, you know, overcast clouding when it's full coverage. It doesn't make this weird repetitive patterns, it just makes this flat thing where you would normally see it. You would encounter it, I would say. But yeah. Quite diverse weather as well in New Zealand, as you see, like from north to south, from west to east, like the weather is changing. Of course, they're like next to a massive ocean, right? So I bet they're open and bound to any weather that is coming to their side. And there's like, seems this is weather ahead. Massive flat layer of clouds above the ocean right now. And we check here on map. See, there are other flights around us. Don't see any other flights around us right now. But yeah, like on our right tip of the wing. So somewhere towards there, probably in the behind there and behind under the clouds is Wellington, where we started this morning. And straight ahead to the north is Auckland. And we're just now passing, we're in between, above the sea, between like the South and the North Island. Wonderful. We'll see now here Mount Taranaki as well. It should be somewhere here, so probably we'll not see it. We'll imagine it's there because it's not visible with all these clouds. Yeah, you see from here also sea of clouds. Still 67 miles. We're on top of descent. So yeah, just pretty happy to be back actually. Even though we had the big blooper in the landing in Queenstown. Pretty happy to be back to live streams. I'm planning to focus on, even though like train sims might be better and easier, but you know, I'm planning on focusing a lot on flight simulators right now. Okay, we have the descent preparation here. We've done everything here. We even set our altitude and everything. Let's just check them out. And this is wrong from the checklist. It shouldn't be opening this now, but anyway. So yeah, I'm planning to focus a lot on flight simming. Explain 12, explain 11 mainly. I'm heavily invested in those simulators. I also see this tendency right now that a lot of people are moving from it. A lot of content creators are moving from the simulator. So I want to be, I'll try to be a point of reference as a channel for those of us who still are heavily invested in Explain 12. But that doesn't, as I told, that doesn't mean that I will not be flying a Microsoft Flight Simulator at some point. Maybe some flights, but more sparsely, more scarcely, I would say. So yeah, so I'd be happy to do this flights and the streams. Hopefully, like I will try to be a bit more consistent with them, like maybe once a week for beginning to see how it's going. All the flights will be on VATSIM, of course. From now on, there will be no offline flights. And unless, of course, there is some kind of force majeure or something, you know, like that. I'll be kind of connecting VATSIM, but normally I will be doing IFR flights in VATSIM, and of course I love to take part in big events in VATSIM too, so we'll be seeing some big events in the future. It's October, of course, and it's cross the pond time, so hopefully I'll have the possibility to take part in cross the pond this year, because of course it's a lottery, so I'm not sure. It's been like 2 times in a row that I haven't got an early slot. I didn't manage to find a slot, and the lottery didn't pick, like, you know, I was not picked in the lottery technically. I was just trying to find the open slots there. But yeah, this year hopefully I'm hopeful that maybe I can get like a slot. I can get a nice flight. A lot of interesting destinations for the eastbound CTP. October, of course, yes, and it's like eastbound. It means we're starting from USA, North America, mostly. There's some airports also in the Caribbean. I think there's even an airport in Brazil. And I'll be heading to Europe. And yeah, I'm planning to take part in it, and hopefully I'll have the possibility to stream it as well, because it's an interesting event. It's full VATSIM coverage, a lot of flights, a lot of people. Really, really nice. Big event. Celebration, I would say, of online flights. Let's check here. 35 miles. And I would say we could barely see Auckland. And if I put here in the flight plan now some fixed information, we might be able to see it. So put here November Zulu Alpha Alpha 5, November Zulu Alpha Alpha 10, and November Zulu Alpha Alpha 111. 3 times our altitude right now, and just check it. Where's our top of descent, by the way? It's a bit before, so we're fairly good in, we're fairly straight in, so yeah, that's why we're descending a bit earlier. And that's normal, so we'll put it here 30. Just to keep in mind to make the announcement on time when I'll be arriving, since there is no ATC. And also on the RadNav page we have tuned VOR, right? This is the Auckland VOR, the Alpha Alpha. This is on the airport, and in the Alpha Alpha is the ILS 405, right? So I guess I will just open here the VOR to be able to see it. And I think it's ending already, right? Well, it's the DME is working for it, but the Addon will come soon as well. And we are here. It is the Addon, actually. Nice. And we're exactly 1 hour airborne right now, and a bit more than 1 hour 8 minutes of blocks, because we start a bit. I would say 1 hour 10 minutes of blocks right now. How's the temperature in the cabin? Very good. It's very cold, and luggage compartment, the cargo holds. Performance notes, we're planned to touch down at 10:04 Zulu, about 30 minutes from now. And here we have to select auto brake medium as well. We're landing the same, how we calculate it in the OPT. That's something that I forgot. And since we have an ILS this time, let's open the ILSs too now before we start descending. I see the temperature here is rising a bit here on the... You know, usually if you carry animals or something like that, you don't want the temperature to be 16 down there. It can get pretty cold. So you would like to raise it. Of course, if you don't carry anything sensitive, let's say some animals or some cargo that is sensitive, probably you don't care. But oh, there we are. Let's press it. Let's do it. Start descending. Right on time, right as I wanted to check. And we're going down. There it is. And what I was saying about the temperature in the cargo holds is sometimes, yes, you don't care, but of course you don't want the temperature there to go very low, because you know, the entire cabin is sharing the same air, the same atmosphere technically. So if the cargo hold gets too cold, eventually the cabin will get too cold, and that's why airplanes are hitting both spaces, you know. And that's why, of course, it's safe to travel in the cargo hold, because you will not be depressurized. In general, whatever is forward of the bulkhead of the airplane is pressurized. Right, and let's the music a bit lower here as we're focusing a bit right now on the humming of the engines, the humming of the pattern witnesses. As they're spooling up from like idle is something else. The ILS-05 right is identifying correctly here. We see the ILS here on the PFD, so it's preparing here. 1103, just to confirm it as well here. 1103 here and Baro 215. So our minimums are set correctly too, and everything is okay. See like a big cloud formation down there, and this like walls of clouds as we're going through. If our SAT is below 0 and above -47, I think it's alright from right now. So yeah, that's icing conditions. So like we're just, if we're in visible moisture, we're just gonna open the engine at AIs at least. Just briefing this. And of course the approach in Auckland again is a straight in, fairly straightforward approach. So the arrival as well. So we want to be Davi at 280 above 8,000, 240, then we have very quickly to brake 240 above 5,000 while descending, then to still 220 and to Addon 210 to 3,000. Our platform altitude is 1,630, but our intercept altitude is 3,000 at Lenku. Of course, we're not looking at this one here, which is more like a visual path to it, but like we're looking at this one, which will be our glide slope. Puppies and high intensity approach lighting system, and rest on the left, but was in the middle of the day. Map, the missed approach point is 1 mile from the ILS and 3 degrees light slope, of course. Yeah, pretty much we're ready. Since we're below 30,000 feet, we're approaching this with like our seatbelts on, music off. There we go. Yeah, let's get it. We pick some like returns here on the radar as well, right? On the weather radar. That's pretty cool as well. I think it's working much better with the Toliis, which I don't think was able to pick a lot of things when it was combined with Active Sky in Explain 11. That's pretty cool actually. And yeah, since we're descending to 250, let's go now all the way to our first real altitude restriction, which is 8,000 feet. Again, excuse my doggies. They love their barks. Yeah, we're going well, descending to 80, but since this is below the transition altitude, so we're going here and we'll go 1035 or 34 was it? Let's check the matter one more time again. (1035), so we'll go 1035. High transition altitudes in New Zealand, similar to US, I would say, and complete opposite to what Europe is doing. Yeah, how much we need? Like it's 10:03. It's 10:43, so we just need 20 minutes. And in a few minutes we'll just say to our cabin crew to prepare also. And of course the Pratt & Whitney sounds in Toliis are okay, I would say. They're acceptable, but they're not the best, alright. But to tell you the truth, a lot of payware sounds in for the Toliis birds, they are not up to par, I would say. I personally use some of the payware sounds. I used to use one for the Pratt & Whitney, but it was disappointing. And we're approaching slowly here. I definitely see that we need to improve a bit the performance here of our descent. So we should target to go a bit lower, a bit faster. Because if we leave the descent like for last minute, I think we have to descend quite steeply in the end. And we need to go here to 280. Let's put some speed brake up. Let's check the speed brake. Let's increase the speed brake a bit. Nice and slow. Here the drag. Okay, and the engine is pulling up, so we retract the speed brake completely. Yeah, let's check here. I think we can afford to go 2200. I think we can even go to 250 for now. Again, speed brakes. Full speed brake right now. Passing 70,000 feet. And as our speed decreases, we can reach our target altitude faster. So we can reduce our rate of climb a bit. It's this blue arrow in like the ND of the Airbus is super useful in other predictions. Similar in Boeing as well. There is a green banana. This is an indicator of where approximately you're going to reach your target altitude, and it's super useful to make you plan for your descents. Here we go, our speed drops to 50, and after that we have to drop to 240. There's a cabin here, and here it's getting a bit too hot, I would say. And I think we are in Davi right now. We're approaching at least. Yep. So we're above Rockham now. And we're descending through the clouds. The SAT is -8 still, so as we're going down there in this cloud layer, I think we'll have to put our anti-ice on. So let's put the engine anti-ice on to prepare. And let's do, I think, as we're approaching 10,000, not yet actually, so in a while we'll do our approach checklist too. Speed brakes again. Can reduce the rate of descent here a bit as well. Few hundred feet. Pre-select the 240 here because it's our next speed restriction. Speed braking our way down. As we're coming to 11,000 feet, you have to prepare, so let's put our landing lights on. Logo lights are automatically on in this one. Landing lights on. Advise the cabin, please prepare for landing. And you have to prepare the chat for landing too, so we're going to secure the chat here. Secure the chat here. Yeah, and try to maintain so seatbelts on, chat, and try to maintain now below 250. And reduce our rate of descent here a bit, and let's go to 5,000. 5,000. Definitely we can do better here. Lower rate of descent. Maintain 240. And after 24, after like the Alpha 507, which should be above 5,000 and 240 knots, we should go to steel max to 220 knots. Our claim speed is 222. Let's activate the approach phase also. Claim speed is 222, so we're going to 222 after Alpha 057. Yeah, LS is ending in the Alpha, we're good. And let's make the announcement to Auckland traffic. Auckland traffic, New Zealand 1 to Quebec, we are 30 miles south of the airport, passing 7,500, descending via Davi 7 Delta. Arrival for ILS 05 right approach, Auckland. So we made the announcement in Unicom as well. Let's go here. Check now. And let's go to our clean speeds, which is 222. Speed brakes. Confirm landing lights are on. What is the SAT here? Is 5 already, so we don't need to use the anti-ice anymore. Though there's still this layer of clouds. And let's hope for a better landing, guys, right? Let's do it this time. There is this flickering as well. This time happens. This thing sometimes happens from the weather when you're in between the clouds. There's this flickering, which is some kind of a bug of lighting and weather. But yeah, and it's happening everywhere, as you see. It's not only the cockpit, but it's happening everywhere. And there is rain as well here. There is rain. Oh, we see some rain in the windshield. Nice. Of course, the flickering is like we're in a rave party or something. But yeah, flickering is interesting. The rain is even more. Now we see some rain dropping on our windshield, and of course, yes, it is 4. So I think we're safe. We don't need like any anti-ice for now. Here we are at 5,000. Let's keep going to 3,000, which is the next restriction. And we need to reach 3,000 by Atama. And at Atama we need max 210 knots. So let's go flaps 1. And let's go to our S speed, which is 208. Slats are out. I can confirm it here. In general, in between the clouds is okay. The flickering, of course, is not so good, but I'd say in between the clouds, the low visibility feels okay-ish. There is no... It needs a bit of improvement of the lighting as well to be able to make this low visibility reflection of the lighting. But yeah, that's something that needs improvement. And I would say I'll target to be at Atama. I want to be 180 after Atama to drop to 180 knots and flaps 2. Rain keeps coming here. Excellent rain effects in Explained Well, by the way. I think wise decision that they decided to incorporate Librain and default explain. Some winds now like shaking us really good. Some rain again. Bad weather. Still feels like you know, the rain is flying past you, like traveling in the speed of light, but not as worse, I would say, as it was in 11. Still, this needs like fixing. Here we are. $14 miles right now from the ILS, but of course we have to turn around. And 3,000 at Lenku and max 210 knots, but it will be way less than 210. Here, like, we see pretty low clouds, even below 4,100. They told us that the overcast is at 4,100 over the airport. Here we see we're near the airport, but we see that the overcast is dropped a bit. But even though I see that it's updating right now, that we're inside of it, it's updating the visibility, you see? Yeah, not smooth at all here. I say cabin crew, 5 minutes landing, please. 5 minutes landing. But we should have that on the final approach probably, but yeah. And after Atama we'll drop to transit. Actually from here let's go direct to Lenku since we're set. Let's go direct to Lenku. Maybe it will reduce our turn. Direct Lengu. And maybe it will smoothen out the turn in the end. And I see that it does, yes. That's good. And let's go now to 180 knots slowly. And as we're dropping down, so we'll call flaps 2, we'll speed check. 10 knots below the orange bars and flaps 2. Flaps are out. We're in the soup really. We can see the ground here. Here is the ground. There's of course a lot of wind. Oh boy, it will be bumpy. Rain again here. It's a combination of wind, rain, low visibility and everything. Auckland traffic, New Zealand 1 to Quebec on right base for 05 right Auckland. Just announced on kind of on a right base right now. If we check here on the map, you see we're at conventional right base. I would say how we did it now, just to give an idea to the traffic, you know, at the airport that we're approaching. In terms of ground, we're pretty clear, like Auckland is near the sea, not a lot of high ground around. And here we reach like Alt Star here and capturing the altitude here, 3,000 feet. And as we're approaching Lengu and 180, I'm gonna arm the approach too, so arming the approach. As soon we have here Cat3 single armed, glide sub localizer blue, as long as the localizer will be captured, we'll start turning towards the localizer. We're bumping left and right. Probably that was temporary. I don't see it now in the radio altimeter. And waiting for this localizer to be captured. We're below the glide slope, of course, at 3,000 feet now. This is the glide slope intercept altitude. We're probably now capturing our Vina path. Yes, we're turning now. And Lockstar, the localizer is captured. Here we see some ground. And the glide slope is coming, the radio altimeter is alive. And the missed approach altitude is 3,000, mandatory 3,000 feet, so let's go here to the airport as well. Here we're targeting Alpha 5, of course. Not hurt if we don't, but yeah. Glide slope star as well, so glide slope is captured 3,000 feet. Missed approach altitude set. And let's inform the local traffic here. Auckland traffic, New Zealand 1 to Quebec, established style 05 right, 9 miles final Auckland. And so we have low visibility now. Yes, we have the 215. I don't think that we will need the Cat3 ILS. We're not doing a Cat3 right now approach as well. I'm expecting to see the airport. Yeah, again check, but it went out. And 7.5 miles. Let's open here. This, and at 7.5 miles we're dropping down the landing gear to start preparing. And expecting to see the airport somewhere in the distance. There it is, the airport. 7.5 miles. So go gear down, minus the speed. And we'll call for flaps 3. Speed check, and we're flaps 3. And gear down, we're waiting for the 3 green, and we'll say again flaps full, we'll go for flaps full since we have this configuration for landing. Speed check on flaps full. We'll arm the spoilers. We have informed the cabin, of course. There's no more rain here, as I see. And the before start checklist. Before start checklist, what am I saying? The landing checklist will come now, which will be cabin is secure for landing, auto thrust is speed, set to speed. Go around at 3000 set, and the ICA memo landing no blue, and landing checklist is complete. This continues. Very good. Here's the rain again. It started. Of course, it's not cleaning for now. Very good. And we have visual with the runway. So my airplane. And my throttles. Glass lock lock. Auto thrust is off.
1000.
Checked. A bit more on the power here. We need to be a bit more to the left. We have slight crosswind from the left as well, so probably weathercocking to the left. A bit below the glide slope here. Let's
500.
check.
$400.
Okay, glide slope is coming now. Good.
300.
100 above.
And we are visual
200.
Minimum.
landing. No more checking the glide slope, just looking down the runway.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10. 5.
Okay, a bit hard, but we're down. Again, the wind is pushing us a bit here. And manual braking, of course. And we're out. Much better than before, a bit hard, of course. We wanted to put it down. And we're even out in Alpha 7, actually. Way earlier than expected. That was good. At least, yes, it was a stable approach. A bit hard on 387. You cannot consider this a butter or something like that. But it was a firm landing, but it was right to the point. Of course, I think the XP realistic there exaggerated a bit. Very, very good. Let's disarm the speed brakes. Open turn off lights, close the landing lights here. Let's do this. And let's take our strobes off also. Nope. Need strobes off. One. Here are the strobes. Here's the taxi light. Open here. Flaps up. Looking for Bravo 5 and Gate 32 now. Auckland traffic, runway 05 right, vacated Auckland. Stock here, not to forget this weather radar is coming to off. TRA is going to off. 1 hour 34 minutes airborne. Lab is open. Let's start. Bravo 5 is here. Let's turn the back one off. Bravo 5 is here. Yeah, the flight directors and the LS are going to off. All brakes again because we were in medium. Let's check for 3-2. Okay, 3-2 should be somewhere here. Turn us off. 3-2. And taxi lights off. Taxi lights off. APUs are well. Okay, you got confused a bit here. 3-2 is here, so let's just turn it around here. Yes, let's let this guy in the BMW go through. Oh, and here we have like a marshaller right on the stairs. That's good. He's running. You bleed. Marcel says to us straight ahead. Come closer. For real. We will touch you, buddy. Come on. Yeah, he really wants us to be close. There we go. Stop it. Parking brake set. Waiting for 3 minutes to pass. Let's go here. And meanwhile, close the transponder. Turn this up. This here. APU bleed is running, so we're good. Let's go here to the ground cruise and let us connect to external power and chocks while we're waiting. And let's wait for the 3 minutes. 3 minutes passing, and that's it. So close number 1 and number 2, number 1, of course. There we go. Beacon off. And the gate is coming to us. Nice. And here we are. Welcome to Auckland, ladies and gentlemen. We are happy to be here in Auckland, safe and sound. No skidding off the runways. And no skidding off the runways, and just simple approach and landing. Hello P3D Gamer Game Z, P3D Game Z, if I'm reading this correctly. Hello to you as well, and just welcome to the stream. Yes, we just landed in Auckland. We were just doing a 2-sector today, landing in Auckland. And by the way, let's release here the chat as well. So let's hit RC so we can come back to the SAT. And but thank you for dropping by and stopping by here. And now we're just gonna go through probably through the replay of it. Let's just put some music, of course. So here we are, and yeah, we just landed here. No like ground services for now, and explain 12, of course, right? But we're here. Let's check up here a bit. Let's close the APU. Do we have available? Yes, we do. So let's close the APU. And let's close our fuel pumps as well. And pretty much that's it. the door is open already here. Let's stop the time here, 1:46 in the block. And let's check now the replay of the landing. Of course, it was a better landing, firm landing. Probably we bounced also a bit, firm landing, but much better than what we did in Queenstown. I mean, the Queenstown one was okay, but this one was much better, of course. A lot more space to play with. So let's just drop off the VATSIM. So we dropped off the VATSIM here. And let's go to toggle replay mode, and let's hope this time X-Plane will not crash. No, it's not crashing. You see, when it's not crashing, you can see the replay like here. So let's go here. Best thing in this simulator is the replay, really. And let's get it. We're coming above the threshold, a bit to the left, since we have cross width from the left, but we're fairly aligned here, a bit left of the center line, and yeah, really, it was like a no bullshit landing. So it was, excuse me for the phrase, but it was like no messing around. Here again, I think this time, these oscillations here, its oscillations were from my like rudder inputs, and not so much from the wind, but there were some. Again, let's check it from here, and let's go from the tower here as well to see the landing. So we're coming here nice and easy above the threshold, and a bit below the markers. We're coming a bit lower as we're coming in the for the touchdown. And yeah, here the oscillation is a bit as well. We have some wind, of course. Let's check it from the cockpit deck as well. So yeah, so you will see that as we're coming here, yeah, we're dropping a bit below the glide slope. Of course, we're too close to the runway here for the glide slope. We are, of course, red on the puppies here for reds, but we're just going 50, visually.
40, 30,
and let's check here,
20,
600.
10,
yeah, we're retarding. Yeah, it was a bit fast. It was a bit fast right there, but still to the center line. A bit of the oscillations here again. Not sure if you can see this, the actual inputs that I'm doing here. No, we cannot engage here as well. But here you can see here I'm doing like full deflections here. Maybe that's not very good as well. But definitely there was not the issue like we had in Auckland, you know.
30, 200.
Let's check it also one more time from the touchdown zone here. So let's check it from here. So as we're coming here, but fairly okay, stable approach, and you know, a bit behind the markers, but it was a no messing around landing. Just plop it down. Put it down, fight a bit here the oscillations. I think I did a massive left deflection by mistake on the rudder. And then stabilize it. So pretty much that was it. That was it, guys. We arrived safely in Auckland. We skidded on the runway in Queenstown, of course. But of course it's a challenge for me to land again in Queenstown and just make a proper landing this time. Of course, if you want to see this, you can go back in this the stream a bit before. So yeah, so thank you for everyone who was here during the stream. Pretty long stream, like probably lasted a bit less than 5 hours. So thank you very much. It was a stream long anticipated after, at least for me, after so much time that I was off. And I think I'm gonna leave you here with a replay of the landing, the last landing, the most successful one. And a bit before we drop our gear, I would say. Let's start it somewhere here. So I'm gonna leave you with this landing here from that side to enjoy for the end. Thanks again for everyone who'd be here, and I really enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed it too. And I guess I will see you next time with another flight. Thank you guys, have a nice, great rest of Sunday, and enjoy your week that's coming. See you soon.